I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll enter into the second verse of Ishavasya Upanishad. Please chant along with me. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishechadaggo samaha evam tvayinanya tetosti nagarma lipyate nare. Chant again. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishechadaggo samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. Listen. Chant once more. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishechadaggo samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. Listen to the translation. One should desire to live in this world for hundreds of years, all the while doing his deeds dispassionately as sanctioned by the scriptures, and treating them as his offerings to Ishvara, or the quintessential Supreme Lord is the Lord of all creation. In this way, the deeds done by you, the man shall not cling to you. The deeds done by you shall not cling to you. The deeds will not cast their good or bad effects upon the doer of those deeds simply because they are being done with the doer mentally convinced that he has not done them. He is not intellectually and mentally committed to these deeds, or they are done without his claiming any rights over fruits of those deeds. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. I'll give you the translation of some of the scholars and then give you my translation, and of course, above all, the interception from the Upanishadic rishis. Please understand. Exactly this verse means you should live. Your cognition should decide to live. Understand? One of the biggest problem all human beings have. Please listen. Whether you don't have money, enough money in your bank, or you don't have enough excitement, inspiration to run your life, whether you don't have enough money to run your life outside world, or you don't have enough energy to run your body, you don't have enough energy to run your mind, whatever you don't have, please be very clear. It is side effect of some of your decisions not to live. Always support life. You decide at some points better not to live. Instead of living this kind of a life, better not to live. Please understand. You should always think, I will live in a better way, wherever I need to transform. No question of better not to live than living in this way. Whether your body does not have energy to get up, or your mind does not have enough excitement, whatever you may think you lack is nothing but the side effect of the decisions you did in your past against life. So, through this verse, Upanishad declares, always decide for life. Kurvan neveha jijivishe. Listen. Kurvan neveha karmani jijivishe chadaggu samaha. Kurvan neveha karmani jijivishe chadaggu samaha. Always, at any moment, decide for life. Your decision against life is SDHT, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. All your tiredness, physical tiredness, mental boredom. Actually, physically when you feel bored, that comes as tiredness. Mentally when you feel tired, that comes as boredom. And all pain is a suppressed anger. Understand? Whenever you become angry, you become violent and decide against life. Whenever you choose for life, your anger melts down into love and compassion. Any decision, please understand, even people who attack you, cherish enmity towards you, never decide against their life, never decide they should die or they should suffer. Always decide they should not interfere in your life. Any attempt they try to do to harass you or interfere in your life should be failed. Decide only for life. Listen, when somebody attacks you, tries to harass you, if you decide, let them be killed or destroyed, it is against life. always decide, let them not be able to disturb me or harass me. Let them fail in their attempt to harass me or disturb me. That's enough. Let them transform not to disturb me or harass me. That is enough. That is the decision for life, I tell you. Whenever you decide for life, you become so powerful, strong. Naturally, no one will be able to harass you, disturb you, and cosmos will decide what to do with them, what to do with the people who are trying to attack you, harass you. Cosmos will decide what to do with them. God will decide what to do with them. In you, be very clear, you always decide for life. I tell you, a person who decides for life will be Tyagaraja. He will be such an amazing sacrificer out of love, without even thinking he is sacrificing. Listen. Tyagaraja. Tyagaraja. Always decide for life. There's a beautiful story of the great Rishi, Dasichi. He even gave up his own body, his own spine, to be used as a weapon for the victory of the gods, Devatas. Always deciding for life. He did not decide against his life. He already achieved what he needs to achieve through his body. That is why he was ready to give it if it is going to be useful for somebody. Listen. Keep this as your cognition. Kuruvan nevega karmani jijivishechadagum samaha. One should decide always for life, yours and others. And whenever you decide for life, yours and others, it will never be in conflict with each other. It will never be in conflict with each other. Understand? Yours and others always being in conflict means that is animal world. Yours and others, when it does not exist in conflict, you become human being. Yours and others, when it becomes complementing each other, you become Devata, space of Devata. So if you are living in a space where there is a conflict between yours and others' life, you are still living the animal life. The life of beast, animals. And if you are living a life where there is no conflict between yours and others, you have come to the human space. You have come to Bhuloka. If there is always a conflict between yours and others' lives, you are in Patala. If you are in the space of no conflict between you and others' life, you are in Bhuloka. When your life and others' life complement each other, you are in Devaloka. So you decide what kind of loka you want to reside. I tell you, thousands go in this Mysore road. How many decide to come and live here? It's not that we kept the doors closed and we are inviting anybody from anywhere. We only want to make sure that they don't harm the Sangha and Sangha is not harmed by them. We make sure that they are in the space of completion, that they are not in the space of competing or threatening each other. They are in the space of just non-competition, or there is no incompletion. Listen. Always decide for life. Kurvanneveha karmani jijivishechadaggun samaha. Decide to live hundreds of years. Today sit and complete all the decisions you took against life. Remember, whenever you made the decision, instead of this kind of life, better I can live, better I can go. All these decisions, thoughts, whenever you engaged, entertained, now it is time you complete with all that. If there is some complication, contradiction, decide, I will live. That is no question about it. If there is a incompletion, conflict, complication, I'll complete it and make myself better. But the decision to live is unquestioned. Do not tire your decision to live. Listen. Do not weaken your decision to live. Do not abuse your decision to live. All disease is just the expression of your unconscious decisions against life. Your decision to live can change your DNA. Understand just this one verse. Completion with all your decisions against life. I guarantee in the national channel you will walk out of cancer. The satsang is live now in one local channel, Arra Live, Arra channel, ARRA, am I right? ARRA, and national channel Sadhana TV, and international channel Nithyananda TV. I am talking with responsibility, with all my integrity. Listen. Just this one verse. Take it as a command from cosmos. Command from Dharma Devata. Dharma Devata serves Kala Bhairava as a dog. The dog of Kala Bhairava is Dharma Devata. Dharma is the dog of Kala Bhairava. Understand, it is directly from Upanishads. Decide for life. Complete with all your decisions against life. Knowingly, unknowingly, whenever you decided against life, now complete all that. That is enough. Your DNA will have different programming, different energy. All your decisions against life should be completed. Incompletions created against life should be completed. And all the incompletions against life, all your decisions against life will be rooted in fear, and your wrong belief you may not be able to live. Creating a delusion you may not be able to live, and convincing not to live, and making you decide not to live and not living is fear. Creating the delusion you may not be able to live, and convincing you not to live, and making you decide not to live, and making you not to live is fear. With fear, you can do both. One, Baglo, run. Second, Baglo, participate. Baglo or Baglo. Understand. Hindi downloading. Listen. Decide for life. If there is a delusion, you may not be able to live. Don't decide that you don't want to live. No. Decide, I'll complete this and continue to live. No question of giving upon. Not to give upon yourself and others is the decision expected from you from this verse. Kurvanneveka karmani jijivishetchadaggum samaha. This verse is a spiritual support for all the sick, weak, tired, poor people on the planet Earth. Whether it is a physical sickness, mental tiredness, or boredom in the life, or poverty in your outer world, whatever may be the problem, this one verse, Kurvanneveka karmani jijivishetchadaggum samaha, is solution. Listen. Fear has two expansion. Forget everything and run, or face everything and race. All your decisions not to live is made in powerless space. All your decisions not to live is made when your stomach is upset. All your decision against life is made when your stomach is upset, when you have weak guts. So whenever next time you have stomach upset, don't think, brood over, decide about life. Just take little haritaki powder, clean, then sit and plan your life. Do not entertain, believe, allow. Do not entertain, believe, allow anti-life decisions in you. No situation can make you powerless and give up on yourself. Please understand. Always decide. Kuruvanne veka karmani jijivishecha samaha. Whether my boss is hitting at me, or my spouse is firing at me, or the society is suppressing me, no question of shrinking, no question of making even single decision against life. No. And when you decide for life, I tell you, it will always be in tune with them also, and even they will start falling in tune with you beautifully and become part of you. Listen, that is why I insist on Kuruvanne veka karmani jijivishecha samaha. Always decide for life. Always decide for life. Always decide for life. Not having money in your bank account cannot make you poor. Poverty is you declaring bankruptcy voluntarily. Not having money in your bank account, but you giving upon and declaring bankruptcy is poverty. Same way, feeling tired is not giving upon life. Deciding not to get out of tiredness is giving upon life. Listen, I am not making this verse as self-motivation technique. No, I am telling you the truth. I neither believe in self-motivation nor believe in self-empowerment. I believe in truth. If truth empowers you, you are worthy of getting empowered. If truth does not empower you, disappear, die, better for you and for the universe. It is truth I am interested in. Reality I am interested in. I am not interested in classifying any of my book in the self-help category. No. Actually, my books can never be classified. You can't classify them as philosophy. You can't classify them as self-help. You can't classify them as religion. Soon the Library of Congress is going to have a difficulty to classify my books. Maybe I myself can give them classification and clear their problems. The book of books. the books out of which books can be churned out. Listen. This one verse can make a religion, new philosophy, or self-help books, anything. But this verse is all about reality. Kurvanneveha karmani jijivishechadagum samaha. Decide. Beautifully, Upanishad declares, Kurvanneveha karmani. One should decide. Should. It is an instruction. Listen. Blessing come instruction. Not one may decide, one can decide, one will no. One should decide to live in this world for 100 years, hundreds of years, all the while doing his deeds dispassionately. From the context of the earlier verse, Ishavasya midagum sarvam yat kincha jagatyan jagat tena tyaktena bunjita makridakasya sviddanam. From that context, one should decide to live forever. I tell you, the moment you decide to live, complete with all your decisions not to live and drop, your very DNA changes. Just few days before, I read an article in the internet. One monk's mummified body was found, which is something like 200 years old, and Dalai Lama's personal physician, he is also a monk. He went and checked the body and declared that monk is not dead. He is still in meditative state. He declared that monk is in the state of duktam. In Sanskrit we call it turiyam. In Pali it is duktam. So he declared that monk is in the state of turiyam. And please understand, the body was mummified monk, found preserved in Mongolia, and I do accept what this Buddhist doctor declared about this monk. Seeing his body, I related with his consciousness. And I saw what this doctor, physician of Dalai Lama, who is also a Buddhist monk, what he declared, that monk is not dead. I accept that, and it is true, he is not dead. He has reached a space, he may not use this body again, but he is not dead. If he is dead 200 years, the hair, body, everything cannot be so intact. And above all, only the Eastern mystics and monks can understand the science of not using the body but not being dead. It is called Jiva Samadhi in Eastern traditions. Only the mystics can understand this science and this truth, after seeing the body of this monk, I am very clear this monk is in the state of Turiyam, Duktam in Pali, Turiyam in Sanskrit. And I am so happy that Buddhists have decided to preserve his body and keep his body intact and worship. Keep him as the symbol of that Jiva Samadhi, the state of Turiya. And it is just clear decision to live. See, any of you want to achieve this state, I tell you, all you need to do is only one. Just complete with all your incompletions, your decisions made consciously, unconsciously against life. Nothing should make you powerless. Nothing can make you powerless. Life is available to you eternally. Eternal life is available to you. Today, I request all the disciples and satsangis to sit and spend time in penning down all the moments you made the decisions against life, the thought currents you entertained against life, the thought trends you entertained against life. Pen down all those incompletions and incidents and complete with them. Do this completion for next 2-3 days, because at least next 2-3 days I'll be expanding on this sutra. I tell you, once you complete with all your decisions against life, and this order, command by Upanishad, kurvannevega jijivishet, kurvannevega karmani jijivishet, chadagun samaha. When this becomes your inner space, as a Vedanta Kesari, the lion of Vedanta, when you roar, kurvannevega karmani jijivishet, chadagun samaha, I tell you, the state of this Mongolian monk is your birthright. You will all achieve it. Especially, I want all my Gurukul kids to practice this and start practicing this. I tell you guys, I'll produce millions sitting in Jiva Samadhi. Not few hundreds, not few thousands, millions sitting in Jiva Samadhi. Physically in this Nithyananda Puri and spiritually in Aksharadhama. Please listen. All you need to do is just only one thing. Complete with all the incompletions related to life. Any decision you took against the life, dig out that situation, complete it and drop. That's all. Always decide for life. You have a right to live. With this context of Ishavasya idaggum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Even if you have not achieved that context, decide to live and align that context to you more and more. Because you have not yet achieved that context, don't decide not to live or against the life. No. Decide to live. Declare, decide. My DNA, I have the authority to reprogram, deprogram, program as I want. Decide to live. And even if one corner of you has self-doubt, I have decided many times not to live, what to do? I don't care. Now I am deciding to live. And whenever those decisions against life comes up, I'll clean it up, but I am declaring and deciding to live. Kurvan neveka karmani jijivishetchadaggum samaha. As a disciple of Upanishadic rishis, as a follower of Upanishads, declare, Kurvanne veka karmani jijivishet chadaggum samaha. I decide to live. My decision is for life. From now on, not only consciously, even unconsciously, subconsciously, I will not entertain decision against life. I'll entertain only decision for life. Decision for life is Ketu. Decision against life is Rahu. The power which makes Ketu live is Guru. Understand? Even when the demon went and stood in the line of Devatas to receive the nectar, his own SDHD part was not complete. That is why when he put the nectar into his mouth, before he could swallow and digest, his head was cut off. But his desire to live can't be destroyed. That is why he became Ketu and Rahu. His SDHD became Rahu. His decision to live became Ketu. And he continues to exist. So finally SDHD failed. He is still alive along with the Devatas. Understand? Decide to live. Sometimes I see people, just ordinary, simple situations. If the traffic jam happens in the road, they decide to die. Mentally they think, instead of this life, better I can die. These kind of words they start uttering. Even this, all 4-letter words, is decision against life. All the 4-letter words is decision against life. Understand? Decide to life is the message from Upanishads to all of you. Look in, look in, look in, look in, look in, and purify yourself again and again to your very DNA. Decide to live. Decide to live. Decide to live. Yesterday we had Vakyartha Satas in the Gurukul, which I also attended. Of course, Gurukul kids are continuing with their Vakyartha Satas. Yesterday I also participated. Soon, you guys can get the Vakyartha Satas in live Nithyananda TV. Soon it will happen. I was just shocked the way these kids are defining every definition without missing a single word. My joy knew no bounds. The way they are growing, I am so happy for them. Actually, the Vakyartha Sadas by the kids, Gurukul kids, is a commentary on my teaching, on my satsangs. And I sincerely recommend all the satsangis to watch the live relay of the Vakyartha Sadas by the Gurukul kids every day. Today, the subject for Vakyartha Sadas, theme for Vakyartha Sadas is decision to live. And how we are deciding not to live. What all the ways we are deciding against life, against powerfulness, against abundance, against excitement, against inspiration. Any of your decision against any of this is decision against life. Even your decision to entertain tiredness and lie down in the bed and support the tiredness. Even your decision encouraging boredom and lying down, withdrawing from life, is decision against life. So, deciding to live, how to complete with all the decisions against life, is the subject for today's Vakyartha Sadas. When I saw the Vakyartha Sadas by the Gurukul kids, I was just overflowing. I told Rishi Advait, you don't know what I am doing to Veda Mata. You don't know this offering to Veda Mata, because not out of any arrogance or pride, ego I am claiming. Please understand, nowhere in the planet Earth now, at least now, where the kids sit and do Vakyartha Sadas. You can see in some places some Pandits, old Swamis, sit and discuss over a few betel leaf, betel nut, pan, few things. Kids may chant little bit, but here, kids so sincerely debating, exploring, digging deep, getting deeper and deeper understanding, and being honest in what they are uttering. within few days, after the proper arrangements are done, I am going to open the Vakyartha Sadas by kids also for public to come and see, just like morning satsang. I am just working on all the arrangements to be done, like a mic set and the barricade protection for the kids. All that I am doing. Once it is ready, I invite the public to come and see the Vakyartha Sadas, the discussion of spiritual principles, debate on spiritual principles by the Gurukul kids. Nithyananda Gurukul kids. Yesterday when they were discussing actually they felt a little intimidated by my physical presence. But even then, the way they all repeated every definition of the great spiritual truths, especially after I put the condition, you should speak only what you honestly, with integrity believe, with authentically what you made as your cognition. And I invite the whole world to watch it through Nithyananda TV live or come physically be here and learn by sitting and listening to the Bala sons of Nithyananda Sangha. The Swamis and Goswamis, the Bala sons of Nithyananda Sangha. Understand, it is not that just they read with a blindfolded eyes. I am shocked the way they describe every spiritual truth without missing a single word. So the essence of this declaration of Upanishads, decide for life. Kurvan neveka karmani jijivishetchadaggu samaha. Deciding for life is making Lakshmi live in your heart, awakening Lakshmi in your heart. Deciding Lakshmi to live in your heart, awakening Lakshmi in your DNA. That is what is the meaning of Vishnu, awakening Lakshmi during the churning of the Milky Ocean. Mahadeva, keeping the Nilaganta, which means the alagala, poison, in his throat and becoming Nilaganta. I already explained, all poison can be used as medicine by the right person, used in the right direction, in the right way. All medicine is poison, I tell you. Used properly, it becomes medicine. So who else knows the technology of using the ultimate poison in an ultimate proper way other than Mahadeva? That's why he kept the whole thing in his kanda, in his throat, and uses it properly as a medicine just through his breathing and through his words and just by blowing through his mouth. That is why when he blows through his mouth, the Kundalini snake, which has taken little bit of that poison, awakens and starts dancing. When this poison air comes out, that poison feels awakened. Listen. Decide for life. When you decide for life, even poison becomes medicine with you. I'll continue on the remaining verse in the further satsangs. So, it's time. I bless you all. Let all of you radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, and living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwari madhyamam asmadacharya paryantam vande guru paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll directly enter into Upanishads. Today I'll enter into the second verse. Please chant along with me. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishechadag samaha evam tvayinanya Tetosti nagarma lipyate nare kurvanneveha karmani jijivishet sadaggun samaha evam tvayinanya Tetosti na karma lipyate nare. The translation says, even while doing deeds here, one may desire to live 100 years, thus on you, not otherwise, that this is it. The deed adheres, not the man. Listen. This verse is the essence of Vedic tradition. Again and again insist Vedic tradition is all for life. If I have to put the whole Vedic tradition in one word, live. That's all. Live. Live so powerfully, so clearly, that all your patterns, engrams, fears don't find any place. You are just radiating. You are just overflowing. Live, live, live. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishet sadagum samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. This verse is actually a blessing. See, Upanishadic rishis expect you to achieve everything just by the first verse. Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat tena tyaktena vunjita makrita kasya sviddanam. Over. They do not expect you to have any doubt. The kind of a space they are carrying, rishis feel with this verse you are enlightened. Now you just need a blessing. A disciple who is enlightened needs a blessing from the Guru. Actually, this verse, Kuruvannevega karmani jijivishet chadaggun samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. This verse is a blessing. Somebody was telling me the other day, one Swami came and met me. That Swami was telling, he heard some of the great scholars, pandits, telling him, it seems they asked this Swami who came to meet me, what right this Nithyananda has to comment on Upanishads? Where has he studied Sanskrit? Who is his Guru teaching all the bhashyas? Who taught all the bhashyas? All these scholarly questions. Scholarly questions. This Swami, it seems, asked only one question. I am also seeing his satsang. You are also seeing his satsang. Come on, let's have an open discussion. Tell me honestly, all his words, does it make sense or not? It seems that Pandit who was questioning, he put his head down and it makes sense, no doubt. But how can he speak? Who taught him? There should be a parampara. There should be. He doesn't have any Guru who taught him different bhashyas, commentaries, vartikas, tikas. Then how can he comment on Upanishads? To that Swami I gave only one answer. Understand? Yes. I have not formally studied. The Gurus who taught me does not even know how to chant the mantras with the so-called perfection. And they were not Sanskrit scholars. They taught me little bit, whatever they can. They may not have taught me what the commentators said, what the commentary on commentary, those commentators on commentators said, what the footnote says, what the interpretation says. They have not taught me all types of interpretations, but surely they pushed me to an experience to intercept what has happened exactly. So that is the authority I have to speak on Upanishads. Listen, listen, listen. I am telling you. Kuruvanne karmani chichivishecha samaha evam tvayinanyatedosti nagarma lipyate nare. Kuruvan means performing. Eva means alone. Iha, in this world. Karmani means as per the earlier sutras, the earlier sutra, from that context, working, being active, established in the cognition of the earlier sutras. Earlier verse, Ishavasya midaggum sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat. Jijivishet, you should desire to live. Please understand, you should not fall into depression, collapse, knowing that all change is established in change and it is consciousness. So what is there? No. No. It should not make you feel tired or bored. Sadaggu samaha means, literally it means 100 years, but I'll clearly tell you, hundreds of years. Those days the 100 was the bigger number, like a just to tell forever and ever, they say hundreds of years. So, it is not 100 years, hundreds of years. Sadagum samaha. Evam, thus, tvai, you, na, not, anyata, other alternative, asti, is, na, not, karma, work, adheres, lipyate, adheres, nare, man, ita, then this. Every day I have decided, I'll give you the word by word translation also so that you can understand. Now I'll give you the whole translation. Actually, in this verse, Upanishads are declaring, by internalizing the great, beautiful, first verse of the Ishavasya Upanishad. Ishavasya midaggum sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat tena tyaktena unjita makrita kasya sviddanam. By internalizing these verses, by making that verse as your cognition. Now rishis are telling you, Upanishad is declaring, live forever in this cognition. Sometime when you feel, oh, everything is God, everything is consciousness, so what is there for me? Come on, get a blanket, let me do your Nidra Devi Puja. Everyone wants to do that one puja happily. Unfortunately, many are not able to do even that puja. Nidra Devi Puja means falling asleep. Listen. Knowing this truth, don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on yourself. This truth should be inspiring you, exciting you, entertaining you, expanding you. Actually, when you internalize that there is no need to worry about anything, change is established in change, and even the change established in change is pure consciousness. Actually, you become free from all fears and greed. You become so excited, alive, living, bubbly, joyful. You just know your whole life is in front of you. I tell you, when you feel your whole life is in front of you with so much of excitement, then you look at them again, look at the Upanishadic rishis. Upanishad, now what do you want me to do? Then the Upanishad is giving the blessing. Kuruvan nevega karmani jijivishechadag samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti karma lipyate nare. Oh beings, enjoy the life, live the life being established in this cognition and living. Actually, last few days that joy is really flowing into me and into the Sangha. Because one of the greatest discovery I have done in my research and development has happened in last few days. I don't want to say it is an accident. I don't want to say it is an incident. I only have to say it is a miracle. For quite a long time, I was feeling that I should take out and give a best lifestyle for all my disciples and devotees. See, I myself used to be and still follow the lifestyle of Manu. Means how to brush, how to wash yourself, how to take bath, how to dress. In all this I follow Manu. But even then I was feeling Manu is a human being. So these instructions are from him. I was looking, searching in the the forest of spiritual literatures of Vedic tradition. Is there any book where Mahadeva himself gives instruction about all these day-to-day actions, the lifestyle instructions? I went on doing research. Of course, all the 112 Upanishads are only about the abstract principles. They do not talk about how many times you have to brush, how many times you have to wash your mouth, and how you have to keep yourself clean, or how you have to dress, how you have to cook, how you have to eat. Somehow I wanted from Mahadeva himself, if these instructions have come, it would have been so beautiful. Because every day when I brush, I only remember Manu and say, Manu, as you said, I am brushing. When I wake up, I say, oh Manu, as you said, I am waking up. When I take bath, I say only, oh Manu, as you said, I am doing it. Of course, Manu has authority from Mahadeva, but there is a possibility the person who has authority can miss few things. Like when I put somebody as a Mahant, they may follow the broad concept of what I gave, but there is a possibility to miss few things because of their own understandings and perceptions. So I used to wonder, is there any book? I was searching. The whole Upanishads, all the Upanishads were also delivered by Mahadeva in his formless space. And the space of no word, no form, where he sat as Dakshinamurti, his very presence vibrated, and all the rishis received that great truths. And in one part of the Tantras, which was given by Mahadeva directly to Devi, even there he speaks more about meditation techniques. Vijnana Vairava Tantra, Kularnava Tantra, Shiva Sutras. Then further in few books, he speaks about the pujas, rituals. I was looking at some book where Mahadeva himself will give a precise instructions like how to cook and how to offer to him and how to eat and how to wear dress, how to brush the teeth, how to wake up, how to brush teeth, and how to take bath, and how to wash ourselves, and how to wear rudraksha, how to wear the bhasma, all this. See, always the abstract principles he gave, once it becomes experience, when from that experience, I can also give you the instruction how to do all this. But somehow I wanted instructions directly from him. Suddenly, I should use only this word, I stumbled upon an amazing, beautiful ultimate lifestyle book. Please understand, if Upanishads are the ultimate principle book, means which gives you the enlightenment and cognition of pure enlightenment, this book is the ultimate precise lifestyle book, and which is direct instruction from Mahadeva to Parvati. And I want to tell you, as far as the science of enlightenment is concerned, Upanishads are our principal book, first and foremost, for Hinduism and for our Sangha and for the whole humanity. And as far as the day-to-day lifestyle, how to brush, how to take bath, how to wash ourselves, how to dress, how to apply sacred ashes, and how to wear Rudraksh, in all this, this is the book for the whole world, directly given by Mahadeva to Devi. This is the book for the whole Hindu tradition, and this is the book for our Sangha. The book is Kamika Agama. Lifestyle to cause your reality. Exact meaning of that word Kamika Agama means lifestyle to cause your reality. When I read, I was just moved. Such precise instruction of what should be the size of your brush, what should be the way and where, how, which direction you should be facing and taking bath. And it is just mind-blowing because of its exhaustive, precise narration and instructions handed over. See, it is like when I sit and give my vision to the ashramites, how the ashram should be and people should be and Sangha should be, what precise, including the doorstep, how it should be, I'll give the instruction. Whether both the doors should be kept always open or one should be open and known. To that precise, Mahadeva has given instruction. I feel when I read that book, my work is done. Already he said it. He said it. He said it. And I vouch for that one truth with all my integrity. It is Mahadeva's instruction to the whole world through Devi. And when he himself has said it, all we need to do, just start living it. That's all. I'm just overflowing with the joy because from today, every day when I wake up, I'm going to say, "Oh Mahadeva, as you said, I am waking up." When I am putting my brush into the teeth, "Mahadeva, as you said, I am brushing." When I am pouring water on my body, I'm going to say, "Oh Mahadeva, as you said, I am washing myself." Even when you wash yourself, please understand, the Agama gives the description of how to clean your bowels and how to wash yourself. to that precision. Even when we wash ourselves, we'll say, "Oh Mahadeva," as you said, we are washing ourselves. When we apply vibhuti, we'll say, "Oh Mahadeva," as you said, we are applying vibhuti. When we are eating, "Oh Mahadeva," as you said, we are eating. When we are dressing, as you said, we are dressing. Literally eating like Mahadeva, living like Mahadeva, sleeping like Mahadeva, everything as Mahadeva wanted us to do. And I tell you, Mahadeva is such a selfless being. Whatever is best he discovered and he practices, he gives that exactly to all of us. He doesn't dilute. The moment I discover something new, first thing I'll do is next day come to the satsang and reveal it to all of you. Mahadeva does exactly the same. So understand, it is just so exciting to know Mahadeva loves us so much. Every single minute detail he attended with so much of care, and he has given us that beautiful instructions. I wanted to tell all of you, let us start imbibing Kamika Agama as much as we can into our life. Because the best way to exist is, as Mahadeva said, as Mahadeva revealed, as he has ordained, as he has given. So this great enlightened cognitions, yes, Ishavasya idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena vunjidam akrita kasya sviddanam. Yes, I have this cognition now. Whole future is in front of me. I am free to live as I want. How should I live? Then Mahadeva comes down and gives the instruction. Come on, take this Kamika Agama. This is the way you should live. Understand how to cook offering for God, to how to offer and how to take everything. It is not just dress fashion book. It is not just makeup book. It is not just cookbook. It is all put together. Hygiene book, makeup book, dressing book, cookbook, ritual book, worship book, health book, everything. This verse, the meaning of this verse, Kurvanneveka karmani jijivishecchatagum samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. Performing your actions from the context of the earlier verse, I can add one line. As per the Kamika Agama, live forever blissfully. Live forever blissfully. Please imbibe Kamika Agama as much as you can joyfully. Don't feel bound. Don't feel restricted. Don't feel conditioned. I tell you, when I started living, of course, from my birth I was brought up with this orthodox traditional lifestyle. But when I discovered it, it was such joy. It was such joy. I know I am doing everything as the great beings like Manu said. Now I know I am doing everything as my Mahadeva himself said. As instructed by Mahadeva. And it was such joy to have discovered Kamikagama, where Mahadeva gives such beautiful, precise instruction. He says very clearly, when his puja is done, what all should be played. He says mantra gana, veena gana, and Veda Adhyayana, all this has to be done when my puja is done. The upacharas. Such beautiful way he himself is describing. When I called a few of the ashramites and shared this joy, because it was like a revelation to me. I know there are some book, there is somewhere Mahadeva has given these instructions precisely, but only now I stumbled upon. I looked at why only now I stumbled upon this book. I understood. Only now all you guys are prepared to live it. That is why he is revealing it now. He is revealing it now. When I revealed the joy of Kamikagama discovery, discovering Kamikagama to some of our ashramites, they took the responsibility. Swamiji, we will make short videos of how to do everything as per Kamikagama, like brushing teeth, taking bath, every instruction precisely we will make it as short videos and release it to public so that everyone who wants to follow Mahadeva's instruction, they can follow brushing as per Mahadeva's instruction, taking bath as per Mahadeva's instruction, washing yourself as per Mahadeva's instruction, with the animation, some places, and some places description, some places instruction, some places demonstration. We will use all this and precisely make every one of you understand and apply Mahadeva's teachings in your day-to-day life. We are launching the first video today. Already ready. The first video on Mahadeva's instruction about our lifestyle. From Kamikagama, Danta Shuddhi means brushing your teeth. So it is presented by team of our sannyasis. You can watch and enjoy the video and live it.
Kamika Agama is a set of guidelines given by Shiva to Devi about the Vedic lifestyle of causing our own reality. Danta Shuddhi means cleansing our teeth. Now today we will see a demonstration of how Kamika Agama explains about cleansing our teeth, how the tooth stick should be, a tooth stick, basically a toothbrush, what we in today's world what we call as a toothbrush. In earlier days they were using the stem of a tree. Now Kamika Agama defines the tooth stick for two sections of people. One is called mumukshus, people who are seeking the lifestyle of living Advaita, and bogis, people who are seeking outer world success, people who are seeking outer world pleasures. For mumukshus, the tooth stick is to be of the length of 8 angulas. 1 angula is equivalent to, in today's modern measurement, it is called 1.763 centimeters. So for mumukshus it should be 8 angulas, 14.104 centimeters, and for bogis the tooth stick is to be 12 angulas, which is coming to 21.156 centimeters. How a tooth stick is to be made? The tooth stick should be wet and it should be with a skin. So here if you see, these sticks are dried sticks fallen off from a tree, whereas this is a wet stick. It still is retaining the wetness of the tree and it is along with its skin. So the stick should be like this. It should be straight. If you see along with the scale, this tooth stick is straight, whereas if you see this, it is bent, it is curved. So this cannot be used as a tooth stick. It should be straight, and the size, the width of the tooth stick should be the width of your little finger. So if you can just see here, this tooth stick is almost the size of my little finger, whereas if you see the sample, if you take this stick, it is not even close to the size of the width of my little finger. So choose a stick whose width is the size of your little finger. Okay, so we are taking this stick. However, from which plant that the stem should be plucked is different for the different categories of people. For seekers, mango tree can be used. Similarly, we have given a list of trees. For example, Pungai, Siribilbam, Karungali, Arjunam, Naiyuruvi, Mamaram and Marudai. These are the three names they are mentioning in the Kamika Agama, can be used for mumukshus, people who are seeking living Advaita. For bogis, people who are seeking outer world success and outer world pleasures, the trees that they are specifying are Venkarungali, Nelli means Amla tree, Maguli and Vembu means neem trees. And the trees, they are also mentioning the trees which should not be used. The tree stems which cannot be used are drumstick tree and Naruvilli, Amanakku means the tree made from castor oil, Pisasamaram, and even the trees which have a lot of iron content. Those trees cannot be used as toothpick, okay, tooth stick. Now this tree is basically a neem tree, so we are going to make stick which can be used for a bogie, okay. The length should be 21.156 centimeters. So I am going to cut the bottom end first so that it is evenly cut and it is not curved. So now here you can see that we have cut the rear end of the tooth stick. So we are now going to measure 21.156 centimeters and mark the other end. Here we have made a mark. We will now remove all the other small stems. We have now marked, this is the 21 centimeter mark, so we are now going to cut it. This is cut to be exactly 12 angulas, and this is from a bark of a neem tree. So this is a tooth stick as per the Kamika Agama, which can be used by a bogie.
And please understand, not only we will make the video available, soon we will start making even these products available for all of you. And you can enjoy the brushing teeth as per Mahadeva's instruction. And I tell you, even while you are brushing, you can be in samadhi with Mahadeva. See, I am brushing as per your instruction, directly from you. Not only I am thinking as per your instruction, I am even brushing as per your instruction. So, the Kamika Agama is available in the internet for free download. In many websites, you can get any one link, and there is I myself can say few links. Agama Academy, agamam.com. In all these links, agamaacademy.com, agamam.com. In all these websites, they have put the whole thing freely for people to download and use it. Even Himalayan Academy has put these agamas freely for people to download and use it. And we do have some of the palm leaves related to agamas, and we will also scan and upload. So now whatever available resources, you can take it, download, and start using as much as possible. Make Kamika Agama as your lifestyle. Soon we are coming up with more and more demonstration videos and products. Demonstration videos and products to make Kamika Agama as lifestyle. And even the vessels in which food should be cooked, how we should cook, how we should eat, all that we are soon coming up with demonstration videos with the original verse and the instructions and the products to make Kamika Agama as our lifestyle. And through this, I formally declare Kamika Agama will be our lifestyle book. Our lifestyle, cooking, eating, worshipping, rituals, homas, everything will be done as per Kamika Agama. So I will continue to expand on this Upanishad verses in the further satsangs. I request all the Mahans, Sri Mahans, Ashramites to download the Kamika Agama and just go through, read. It's already is emailed to all the Sri Mahans and Mahans. Now even Kotaris and Tanidars can download and try to make this as much as possible part of our life. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanidars, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha all over the world. The city is sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha all over the world. Ohio, Los Angeles, Guadalupe, Seattle, Indrani, New Jersey, Oklahoma, London, Kashi, China, Melbourne, Tiruvarur, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Varanasi, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Toronto, Oman, Surrey, Canada, Minot, North Dakota, Charlotte, Tiruvannamalai, Madurai, North San Antonio, Winston-Salem, Madurai 2, Hyderabad, next to Hyderabad, Vanka City, Oklahoma, Clutch, Romania, Hong Kong, Sirgari, Houston, Singapore, and lot more cities are joining. And San Jose, so many are joining. Dubai, Vaidyanadam, and I don't think I can read out all the names. Okay. Anyhow, I welcome all of you with my love and respects. We'll enter into the Upanishad mantra. Ishavasya midagum yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjita ma krita kasya sviddanam. Chanting is done just to retain the Padaveda. Please understand. Chanting is done basically to retain the Padaveda tradition. Means each guru, when they orally transmit these Upanishad mantras, they will have their own accent. That accent differences are only called Padaveda. To retain the Padaveda only, chanting is done. Listen. Today I'll expand on the last part of this sutra. Ishavasya midagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjita makrita kasya sviddanam. Whatever is, which is changing and established in changing, is filled by consciousness. Pure consciousness. Listen. Whenever change is happening, outside you, inside you, do not feel life is sadistic. It is punishing you. It is taking away something which you really like or with which you settle down just now. Ability to understand every change is a possibility for you to reinvent yourself, is renunciation. Understand? Raga means obsession, attachment. Araga means detachment, dead. Viraga means understanding. The change is established in change, and that is filled with consciousness. Every change is done with tremendous compassion and consciously. Please understand, no change is an accident. Constantly looking at the life as an accident is the attitude of atheist. Understanding whether the way it happens or the way you perceive is a conscious happening is living Advaita. The way it is happening outside, the way you perceive inside, both, if you think it is accident, you are an atheist. If you understand it is conscious happening, you are living Advaita. Whether something happening outside or something perceived inside, look in. Look in. How many times you cursed life? And what kind of idea you have about life and others? If you think life and others are cruel, constantly exploiting, demanding, non-caring, non-supportive, whatever, then be very clear, you are atheist. You are atheist. Do not think atheism or theism is dependent on whether you believe God exists in the form of deity or not. Atheism or theism is dependent on whether you understand God exists as everything or not. As long as you cognize, why me? Why me? Why me? And life is taking away the things which you really enjoy. Life is sadistic. Be very clear. All the happenings of your life, you look at it as accident. But the change established in change, if I have to use a little better word, change square. Actually, why Upanishads are using the word Jagatyam Jagat? Change established on change. Oh, because even your perception, it is all changing, will change. Even your perception, things are changing, will change. Even that is not complete perception. If you ask me, then complete perception, there is no change, Swamiji? No. Neither it is changing is a complete perception, nor it is not changing is a complete perception. It will change as long as the perception need to change. It is like in the dream you are feeling 3 tigers are chasing you and you are shouting, oh, save me, give me AK-47. Is there nobody to give me AK-47 and save me? Your friend hears you shouting, screaming in the dream, and he just slaps you and wakes you up. At that moment you will feel, wow, appa, I am free of this nightmare. And you will thank the friend. After a few days, even you will forget you had a nightmare and you will be shouting at him, why did you wake me up? I was having such peaceful sleep. And that friend has to take the blame. You think, why did you wake me up? I had such a peaceful sleep. You forget you were suffering and he woke you up. By that, he released you from the suffering and torture you were going through in your dream state. After waking up, you forget what was going on in the dream state and you think, oh, such pleasant sleep, he woke me up. That's exactly what I am going through with you guys. Many people forget from what kind of a past they have been pulled out. And when they are pulled out, they feel, wow, what a great thing Swamiji has done by saving me from this lifestyle and depression and suffering and torture. But after some time you forget that nightmares you had. Only you remember the sleep you are having. Because after waking up, now you have the responsibility of life. In the dream, whether tiger is chasing you or you are dancing with somebody, you have no responsibility. End of the dream, you have no responsibility. But when you are woken up, when you are awake, you have a responsibility to live. Sometimes this responsibility to live seems big torture when you think the change established on change is accidents continuously happening. Understand? Your attitude towards life and others decides, are you going to grow more and more consciously, or are you going to rewind, recoil into unconscious zone? If you think, I think that dream state was much better than this waking state. There are only 3 tigers were chasing me. Here so many people are chasing me. Then naturally, consciously you plan to rewind, recoil. Listen. All daydreaming is nothing but withdrawing from the waking state due to your own conscious decisions. Your own conscious decisions. Understand this word. Understand everything, whether you perceive something as change, which is established again in change, everything is happening with tremendous compassion. Your desires are respected. Your intentions are revered. You, with all your demands, requests, is received and accepted by life. Please understand, life is here to celebrate itself through you. Life is here to celebrate itself through you. Life is not sadistic. There is no such thing as life pulling something out of you. It goes on expanding, 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 adding itself through you. First of all, get out of this basic pattern. Am I qualified for all these things? Which you deeply carry inside. Everything you are having and you want to have, you are qualified for all that and much more, because life is celebrating itself through you. Please understand, you may not be qualified to have all of them, but life is qualified to celebrate all this through you. See that a deep-rooted pattern of self-doubt. Am I qualified for all this? That self-doubt will not allow you to be blissful more than 10 minutes. For 10 minutes, if you are blissful, it cannot stand. Are you qualified? Oh, you are jumping around. Let's see how long it goes. You will see in 10 minutes something will come and you will collapse. You yourself constantly preparing you for collapsing, collapsing, collapsing. It's unfortunate, even you don't believe you are qualified for celebration. As long as you think life is accidents happening, even if you feel joyful, have I done enough tapas for this? Why is this happening? Maybe by mistake it is happening. Let's see. In few hours it will become all right. Understand? Only when you come to the cognition, the change established in change is consciousness. Only from that context, tena tyaktena vunjita makrita kasya sviddanam can happen. With this, you see the second line is beautiful. It says with this means the context of the first line, you may enjoy. All enjoyment will happen to you only if you are clear it is consciously delivered to you, not accidentally stolen by you. Please understand, as long as you feel you are not qualified, you will be stealing. The more you are stealing, more you will feel insecure. The more insecure you feel, more you will feel you are not qualified. The first verse of the first Upanishad asks you to break that pattern. Understand, whatever change, whether you perceive it as good or bad, is consciously done to you by the higher consciousness which is more intelligent than you. With this, if you look at your life with this cognition, suddenly you will see, for all the so-called bad things, you will see the reason. Wow, life is asking you to reinvent yourself. For all the good things, you will see you are qualified. Life wants to celebrate through you. Understand, the moment you understand you are qualified and life wants to celebrate through you, you will settle with so much of peace and joy. You will settle with so much of peace and joy. It will take away the insecurity you carry. It will break the insecurity you carry. The moment you know you are qualified, you will not bother to covet anyone's due. Kasya sviddanam, makrida kasya sviddanam. You will never feel like coveting, grabbing somebody's wealth. Wealth does not mean only money, gold, jewelry and all that. Even coveting, grabbing somebody's attention. Coveting, grabbing, stealing, anything which belongs to somebody. Please understand, I am defining this word covet. Kasya svid. I am defining. Anything which you take from others which is not enriching them is coveting. Anything by enriching them they offer is offering. Understand? The whole life, all transactions, either coveting or offering. Whether it is a simple smile or $1 billion. Simple smile or $1 billion. Anything. If you are enriching and they share it, it is offering. If you are not enriching and taking it, it is coveting. I tell you, keep your accounts free. That's the best way to prepare yourself for your death. My accounts is free. This moment, if I want to leave the body, my accounts is free. I have not coveted anything from anybody. It was always enriching, 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 enriching. From that, anybody shared anything that was offered. So the cycle of life, I have functioned in this cycle of life only by enriching, enriching, enriching. Decide. Please listen. It has nothing to do with quantity. Sometimes even a small stone will be stuck. Sometimes even this huge stone ball can be rotating and in the water. I have seen the fountains where the pressured water lifts the huge stone ball and that stone ball rotates in the pressured water. So when you are flowing with enriching, your whole life will flow beautifully like the ball rotating or floating in the water. No friction. All around you, life is completely lubricated. No incompletion. All around you, life is beautifully flowing. So decide whether it is your career, personal life, relationships, even with your body. Even with your body, do not covet pleasure from your body. Whenever your body feels tired and you continue to do some action because you think it brings pleasure, it is coveting from your own body. Whether it is a relationship with your body, relationship with other person, your career, your attitude towards the life and world, human society, anybody, decide from today, ma kritakasya sviddanam, tena tyaktena punjita, ma kritakasya sviddanam. I tell you, the first instruction by Upanishad. The first line was not instruction, it was a truth revealed. Ishavasya idaggum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. It's a truth revealed. The second line is an instruction. Tena tyaktena punjita makridakasya sviddanam. It's an instruction. Understand? A person goes on enriching, goes on enriching. Even if he is offered, never gets bound. Understand? Does not get bound. When you don't enrich, anything you take is coveting and you are bound by it. Coveting brings bondage and karma and after effects. Upanishads are beautifully declaring. Actually, if you understand the first line and set your cognition, second line is the after effect, the result of it. The only thing you need to renounce is the things you don't have, but still you are thinking you have and living with it. You just need to renounce what you don't have. You don't need to renounce what you have. That's the truth. Fear. Unnecessary greed for the things you don't have. All these, if you look, all of them are actually you don't have. What is fear? Apprehension about something which has not happened, which is not reality. What is greed? Wanted to have something, obsessed about something, which is again not there. Listen. End of the day, getting comfortable with fear and greed or becoming powerless because of fear or greed, both getting comfortable with greed, becoming powerless due to fear, both are foolishness because the change is established in change. And that is also pure consciousness. See, you see a knife in the hands of a thief, robber who is standing next to you, and you see a knife in the hands of your mother. Both are knife. But how you respond to both knives? Mother playfully puts the knife near the neck of a child and says, "Are you not afraid?" The child says, "No." "Are you not afraid of the knife?" "No, I am not afraid of the knife because it is in your hand. It's in my mother's hand." Understand, the life's knife is in the hands of pure consciousness, which is intelligent, compassionate, and loves you. It is not in the hands of a robber. Other than the idea you are violated, you can never be violated. You can never be violated. You can go on trying to convince everyone you are getting violated. In that process, because you repeat it so many times, you make everyone believe, you also start believing you are violated. Otherwise, no one is violated. Understand? Having a clarity, the consciousness fills everything. By the consciousness, all this is filled. See, understand? If you look at with this cognition, you will have answer for 1,000 questions you cherish. Oh, if everything is consciousness, why there is so much suffering in the world? I don't want to justify that. It may look insensitive. It may look insensitive to the people suffering, poverty. If I make a statement, it will look insensitive, but I tell you, I completely have an understanding. I don't have that question anymore. If your cognition changes, you will also have answer for that question, but you will not be able to utter it for others. There are many answers you can't utter because it will create only more crass questions, not the solution. If I give answer for this question, oh, if everything is consciousness, why there is so much poverty in the life? It will only create more crass questions and people will feel hurt about their insensible sensitivities. Now, these people would go on question me, why there is so much poverty, that. Have they got down even one day to the ground and tried to eliminate people's poverty? But if I give any spiritual answer for it, they will use that to project that I am insensitive, but they themselves have never done anything sensibly to remove the poverty about which they are crying. I have done more. Actually, most of the time, answers are taken for the sake of offending or defending their strategy. That is why for some problems, the right cognition you need to have is given, so automatically answer happens in you. Understand I tell you. Understand this one truth. Everything is consciousness. So, neither your secret crush or the fear of getting crushed, both will become meaningless when you understand everything is consciousness. Secret crush, fear of getting crushed, both will become meaningless when you understand whole life is consciousness. This is going to be the punchline today. For the Facebook preachers, so today's line for the Vakyartha Sadas, today's concept for the Vakyartha Sadas is how the crush and fear of getting crushed will get crushed with this cognition, Ishavasya idagum sarvam. How Ishavasya idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. This cognition, if you make this truth as your cognition, how that will crush the secret crush and the fear of getting crushed. The secret crush you carry about everything, wealth, people, positions, powers, this throne. That's why I've changed it. Now so many people have a secret crush for the throne. Mahadeva is the being who doesn't have anything seeing which people will have a crush. Old bull and all ordinary, some tree beads is ornament, and the smashana basma, the ash from the burial ground, cremation ground, everything he has, no one will have crush. All the things Vishnu has, people will have a secret crush. Shamantaka, Pitampara, Mukuta, all the best things. And the Miss Universe, Lakshmi, everything Vishnu has, people will slowly develop secret crush. But with Mahadeva, nothing, you can't have any secret crush. Understand, when you bring this Ishavasya idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat as your cognition, your secret crush and fear of getting crushed, both will be crushed. Only then, only from that context, tena tyaktena munjita makrita kasya sviddanam happens. Only in that, tena tyaktena munjita makrita kasya sviddanam happens. So understand, even if you are demanding attention from somebody without enriching that person, it is coveting. It is kasyasvit. And I tell you, as long as you have one small secret part of you which you believe is a powerful strategist keeping your life together, Ramakrishna says beautifully, this crow thinks is very brilliant and intelligent, nobody can throw stone at him or kill him or anything. Finally he goes and eats filth. I used better word. He goes and eats the filth. Same way, the secret corner of you which you believe is a powerful strategist and takes all most intelligent decisions and keeps your life together, about which you are very proud of. That part of you understand is exactly like crow. Acts very intelligent, thinks it can covet everyone's wealth, and it is very brilliant. Finally, just because of that small part of you, your whole life is spread with the fear, self-doubt, self-hatred and self-denial. I tell you, you are really a better person than you imagine who you are. This clarity, if it comes to you, you will understand, even secretly you don't need to plan for this kasyasvit. See, most of us go on planning for kasyasvit, coveting. Either we wait for opportunity to do it without getting caught, or we wait for the courage to do without getting caught. Opportunity or courage. But decision from your very being, no, from now only enriching. I am not saying don't charge for the services you are offering, no. All I am saying is give more, so that what is given back to you is only an offering, not coveting. Krita ma krita kasya sviddanam. Exactly the word krita, ma krita, means do not covet. Understand, non-stealing, non-demanding brings you freedom, and realizing you don't need to brings you the ultimate freedom. Realizing you don't need to brings you ultimate freedom. Keeping yourself in the cognition of Ishavasyam idagum sarvam. Ishavasyam idagum sarvam. Yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Keeping yourself in the context of by the consciousness all is filled. Whatever moving there is, which is established in ever moving. Understand? All your secret strategies for makrita, for krita, for coveting, only brings SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial in you. So drop all the plans you have secretly for coveting and understand honestly, sincerely, you don't need to covet and you can live your life by go on enriching. Enriching can be an amazing, powerful, ultimately secured and showering lifestyle. Coming to this conclusion is completion. Coming to this cognition that enriching will be an amazing, powerful, secured, showering lifestyle is completion. The day you come to the conclusion consciously, enriching is the amazing, ultimate, secured, showering lifestyle. You come to completion and all the fears disappear. All the fears disappear. The freedom simply happens. That day is your enlightenment day. That moment is the completion moment for you. So today's subject for the Vakyartha Sadas, for all our ashrams, temples, gurukuls, Balavidyalayas, how the cognition of Ishavasyam idadgum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat can remove all the secret crush and fear of getting crushed in our life. How that cognition can remove the secret crushes you carry and the fear of getting crushed you carry in your life. This is the subject for today's Vakyartha Sadas. So with this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedars, Kotaris, NDY participants, visitors, viewers sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing, cities sitting with us, Hyderabad Guptakashi, Oklahoma Somanatham, Enriching Temple, Guadalupe, New York, London, Oman, Slovakia, Seattle, Pobrad, Slovakia, Los Angeles, Onka City, Oklahoma, Tanuja, I think, Kuala Lumpur, Port Washington, Dubai, North San Antonio, Selayang, Devon, Rajapalayam, Doncaster, UK, Washington DC, Sripuram, Singapuram, Madurai, Coimbatore, Winston-Salem, Ohio, Surrey, Canada, Slovakia, Mill Valley, Charlotte, Baroda, and many more cities are joining. Selayang, Malaysia, Hong Kong, and other centers. Put your names, I will read. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Let's enter into Ishavasya Upanishad. The first verse, which I am expanding on last few days. Ishavasya midagum yat kincha jagatyam jagate tena tyaktena bunjita ma kritakasya sviddanam by the consciousness all this is filled. Whatever moving thing there is in the ever-moving world, as I was explaining last few days, perception, fact, truth, reality. Listen to these four words. Perception, within the limitations of time and space, your senses operating. Perception. fact. With a larger amount of time and space, your perception coming to certain understanding is fact, truth. Time and space changing the way you perceive, and both of them come to completion, where your perception's hindrance does not stop the reality being perceived because of the larger amount of time and space perceived. I know it's going above the head. Let me give you examples, then you will understand. The reality, the fourth word, without the limitations of the perception and time and space, whatever is reality. I have given the example. Perception is earth is flat and sun is going around the earth. Fact is earth is round and earth is going around the sun. Truth is earth is not exactly round. It's more or less resembles orange fruit and sun is going around the earth. Please listen. I have explained that day, because the whole solar system is not stagnant. Even the whole solar system is moving around, centered on something else. Sun goes round the earth in billions of years. Earth goes round the sun every 1 year. Sun goes round the earth every billion year. Few billion years. That is truth. Reality is earth has no defined shape. And earth and sun both go round each other. Because every billion year, sun goes round the earth. Every year, earth goes round the sun. The reality cannot be half, just earth going around the sun or sun going around the earth. Both are going around each other is reality. When you restrict your perception to a limited time, you are caught either in fact or in truth. Both are not ultimate. Listen. Listen. I am moving to the next line of this Upanishad. Please understand this next line. Tena tyaktena bunjitam akrita kasya sviddanam. The literal translation is, with this renounced, you may enjoy, covet not the wealth of anyone at all. Looks very simple moralistic instruction, but it is not. Please understand, if this instruction is moralistic instruction, I would not have even chosen to speak on Upanishads. I am not against morals, but order never comes by morals and discipline in the cosmos. It is by intelligence and reality order happens. Please understand. Order of the cosmos never happens by moral and discipline. order of the cosmos always happens by intelligence and knowledge, truth, reality. Here, the word, the statement, tena tyaktena bunjitam akrita kasya sviddanam. With this renounced, you may enjoy, covet not the wealth of anyone at all. I have to set the context from which you need to look into this reality, this statement. Understand? The so-called moral people can never face the change of the changing world. Please listen. They will be completely imbalanced, because the moral is a set of understandings of vidhi nisheda, what to do, what not to do in particular situations. But the world is jagatyam jagat, changing, which is established in changing. Understand? Change established in changing. When there is so much of change, the person who is trained in certain morals will always be shaken, confused. He will not be able to handle life. He will not be able to handle situations. Because at some places vegetarian food is moral, at some places non-vegetarian food is right. What will you do? I am telling you, the person who is established in morals will be constantly struggling internally and confused. The person who is established in truth, reality, only he can constantly play with life, only he can wage war. Kuchela, established in morals, maybe he can live a peaceful life with the wealth he was gifted by Krishna. But only Krishna, who is established in reality, can wage war and win the game. I am telling you, in the modern day, even a common man's life is a war. It is no more a goody-goody, peaceful, relaxed life. Nobody is going to let you live in your cozy space. Listen, this line is not moral lesson. It may bring some morals in your life. I am not saying no. When you internalize this line, tena tyaktena bunjitam akrita kasya sviddanam, it may bring you some morals. But this line should be understood as life strategy, not from the context of moral. Because if you literally translate, it looks like, with this renounced, you may enjoy, covet not the wealth of anyone at all. It may look like a moral teaching. Please understand, if you look at this from the context of moral teaching, you will miss the whole truth revealed by Upanishadic rishis. I am not interpreting the Upanishads. I am just intercepting the conversations happened between the rishis when these Upanishads were revealed. I am just downloading and releasing it in the language you understand. That's all. I am just an interceptor, not interpreter. I am not interpreting. I am just intercepting. Listen. Tena tyaktena bunjita makridakasya sviddanam. Cognizing whatever is change established in changing. And this whole thing is filled with consciousness and intelligence. Don't think only the planet on which you are standing is moving. The whole solar system in which planet is established, even that whole solar system is moving. So understand, not only what you perceive as the world, even the perceiver is changing. The biggest fear all the human beings go through is, if the perceiver changes, what will happen? See, your whole life you conclude something as pleasure, something as pain, and you plan, act, work, build, everything based on that. Suddenly at some time, the perceiver who gives you the understanding, which is pleasure, which is pain, he seems to be changing. That is what frightens you. That is what makes you shiver. That is what shakes you. I tell you, the person who knows even the perceiver changes and accepts his change, updates himself. You might have spent 10 years on your career, maybe an IT engineer, a lawyer, doctor, activist. Suddenly, when your inner space changes, the concepts of your pain and pleasure, I am not saying give up the career you built. I am only saying don't be afraid of that change. Don't be afraid of that change of your perception, because the change of perception is the gift given to you for your sincerity in supporting your perception. If your perception has told you being a doctor is the best and you built your career on that, suddenly your perception changes and it says being a doctor is no more a pleasure, no more a desirable. I am not even saying give up being a doctor. I am only saying don't be afraid of that perception and don't try to snub that perception. It is a gift happening to you. Please understand, the perception evolving. Evolution of the perception is a gift happening to you, which is just happening from fact to perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality. And anybody stops the evolution of perception commits spiritual suicide. Atmahadya. Understand? Atmahatya. That's the word I will use. Killing the soul. The possibility. Killing the soul and possibility. I am telling you, not to frighten you, not to correct you, not to control you, not even I am interested in guiding you. And I know nobody listens to me. After talking 12,000 hours, last 15 years, I am very clear on my conclusion, nobody listens to me. I am talking for me to listen to me. Understand? With this clarity, I am declaring this truth. Upanishads just declare their own strength by their own statements. They do not need any author to authenticate them. Same way, whatever I am talking, the dharma, the truth, I am revealing it for myself. The listeners listening does not need to authenticate what is being uttered. With this clarity, I am uttering these words, listen. Whatever you hold with fear of losing it, exactly that will only be taken away from you. I am telling you, people ask me, what is this, Swamiji? I am such a good person. I never cheated anybody, but my wealth is taken away. But these guys who cheat everyone, their wealth and all is not taken away. They are all living wealthily. Please listen. Somebody's wealth is not taken away means he doesn't have fear of losing it. If he has a fear of losing name and fame, exactly that will be taken away. The law of life is whatever you hold on with fear of losing it, exactly, precisely, that will be taken away from you. It will be a most precise operation, just like how Osama bin Laden was removed. It's not a large scale operation of huge number of death. No. Very precise. I tell you, life does precise operations. Exactly what you are afraid of losing, that will be taken away from you. I am telling you, if you want to retain anything in your life, just renounce the fear. Just renounce the fear of losing it. Kala Bhairava's eyes, when they look at you, the only thing it does not like is fear and powerlessness. Just stand in front of him. Without any fear or powerlessness, you will become him. You will see you in him. It is law of life. If you are afraid, your name and fame will be taken away. Precisely. Only that will be taken away. Your wealth will not be touched. If you are afraid, your credibility will be taken away. Precisely. Only that will be taken away. Nothing else will be touched. Everything else will remain with you. If you are afraid that your house may be taken away, precisely that will be taken away. You may have your bank balance, car, everything else, only that will be removed. The law of life is not sadistic. and it does not want to see any powerlessness in your inner space. Anything which creates powerlessness in your inner space, precisely that will be taken away just to make you understand you can live without that. Understand, not to punish you. Kala Bhairava is not sadistic. Life is not sadistic. He will not take away something from you just to torture you. No. He wants to tell you, fool, don't be powerless, thinking that you will lose this. If you lose that, you will lose everything in your life, or you will become powerless in your life. Now I am taking that away. See, without that, you are able to live your life beautifully. And I tell you, please listen. At least you can remember and pen down 10 items in your life which you really protected, were afraid. Without that you may not be able to live. Without that you may not be able to be. You are holding on to. But after it was taken away, you even forgot the name of it. Look in, you will see. You will have at least 10 items in your life. It may be money, it may be name and fame, it may be a man or a woman, or it may be a person in your life, it may be anything. It may be your credibility, it may be your city, it may be your bedroom, it may be your house, it may be your car, it may be anything. You can look in and remember and pen down easily 10 items in next 10 minutes. If I give you 10 minutes, you will be able to remember and recollect and write 10 items about which you really thought, if you lose that, you are lost. Life is lost. Nothing is left for you. No, I can't let go of this. This is my life. You held on to something like that. When it was removed, not only you did not miss, after a few days you even forgot it. To remind you your innate strength, the renunciation does not make you weak. Something getting removed from your life does not make you powerless. Kala Bhairava takes away things from you, removes things from you. I tell you, I am telling you, from my experience, from my very experience, the one thing I was so clear in my life, anything removed from me or added to me is only done for my fulfillment and joy, not to punish me, but life is celebrating, fulfilling itself through me. That's all. There are tons of things in my life which I thought without that I won't be able to live. I never imagined I can live after my guru's left body. I never imagined I can survive after Arunagiri Yogeshwara stopped giving me darshan. The kind of a love I was in with him, the kind of a connection I was celebrating, cherishing with him. Even when I was sitting next to him, I'll just be holding his leg, his feet, thinking that energy will come. Such innocent, such strong connection. I felt if he stops seeing me or giving darshan to me, I'll just die, I'll leave the body. But when he stopped giving darshan to me, I forgot he existed separately. I'm telling you, there are tons of things in my life I felt if it is removed from my life, oh, what will happen? I could never imagine after both my gurus left the body, I'll be able to be alive, I'll be able to survive. I could never imagine leaving Tiruvannamalai, I can live anywhere. But I tell you, when all that was removed from my life, I only understood, without any of that, I am existing and celebrating my life. I even forgot them. Forgot those people, forgot those places, forgot those everything. At least last 2.5 years, I have not entered into Tiruvannamalai. I have not seen Arunachaleshwara. 2011 only I saw. Not even 2012, which I can never imagine. Actually, when I was leaving the house, my whole family, the only blackmailing point they had is, let us see how many days you will be able to be away from Arunachala. That was their only strength and blackmailing point. They all know I don't care about anything else. But Arunachala is too much for me. Let's see how many days you can be without seeing Arunachala. But when I left, that's all. When it was taken away from me, not only I did not become powerless, I forgot. Once upon a time, I had that kind of an attachment with Arunachala. I tell you, everything, when it was removed from me, just this one understanding. Hey, not only it cannot make me powerless, I will even forget I had this once upon a time as part of my life. Be very clear. This is what I call, this is the definition of renunciation. Remembering nothing can make you powerless. Anything removed from your life cannot make you powerless is renunciation. Vairagya, raga means feeling obsessed, completely overpowered by the desire. Desire is raga. Attachment is raga. Obsession is raga. Araga means detachment, hatred. Viraga means knowing very clearly whatever you think as even core of your life, even those things, if they are removed, you will not become powerless. You will not miss them. You will not become empty. You will not be disappointed. You are not going to become dead. You will even forget you had those things or beings as part of your life. Having this clarity is renunciation. Understand? Having this clarity is renunciation. I tell you, this clarity, when it becomes your strategy in your life, business is war, your living is war, relationships are war. Everyone is in their own Kurukshetra. Understand? Kurukshetra has never ended. Everyone has their Kurukshetra. Let this be your strategy for your Kurukshetra. No one can win you. No one can shake you. No one can frighten you. Be Vedanta Kesari, the lion of Vedic strength. I tell you, because I have applied this strategy, I applied this cognition in my life again and again and again, and I saw I always won the game. I always won the game. The moment you have a fear that if something is removed from your life, you will become depressed, you will become empty, you will lose life. That fear becomes strength of your enemy. When he knows you can't be frightened, he becomes powerless. Understand? If you can be frightened, your enemy is powerful. If you can't be frightened, your enemy becomes powerless. I tell you, this simple understanding of me and this simple cognition of me, anything can be removed from me. I will not become powerless. I will not become depressed. I will not lose anything. I will not be lost. I may not even remember that I had that in my life. Be very clear. The spiritual truth, when it becomes part of your cognition and strategy, anywhere you go, Krishna is driving your chariot. Understand? Internalize just this one truth. Tena tyaktena bunjita. Tyaha. The word tyaha is used here. Tena means with this understanding from this context. Tyaktena bunjita makrita kasya sridhanam. Please listen. The world is ever changing, but it is filled with consciousness. Isha. The consciousness is independently intelligent and compassionate. If something is removed from you, don't curse the life. It is done with tremendous compassion. It is done with tremendous compassion. I am telling you. Here, Upanishads are declaring you to do tyaha, renouncing, you to renounce with this context of Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Means world is changing and it is established in changing and it is filled with consciousness. Sachidananda, which is intelligent, truthful, blissful and compassionate. I tell you, a blissful being will always be compassionate being. When you are blissful, you will see all the good things, best things comes out of you. When you are blissful, you will be such a good person. Only when you are frustrated, you will express all bad qualities, violence, cunning strategies. A blissful person is always compassionate person. Isha, consciousness, independent intelligence, which has its own will, functions out of pure compassion. So understand, renunciation is not supposed to be done out of frustration or inability or powerlessness. Whenever anything was removed in my life, I always saw life is only making me pure, and it is celebrating itself through me. It is providing opportunities to reinvent myself. Understand, when life removes something from you, it is providing opportunity for you to reinvent yourself. And when you are clear that nothing can frighten you, nothing can make you lost, nothing can put you in powerlessness and depression, and I also want to tell you, you will understand exactly who is the exact enemy. You will exactly pinpoint who is your enemy, where things need to be done. You will not be confused. You will not overestimate your enemy. When you are frightened, you overestimate your enemy. Because you overestimate your enemy, you become powerless. Because you become powerless, it becomes easy for your enemy to destroy you. It's a vicious circle. And I am telling you, when you are clear, you will not be lost. You will not become powerless. Just have this one word in your throat all the time. So what? Keep this as a mantra. So what? Know clearly, nothing removed from you can make you powerless. And life removes it only to make you understand you can live without it. Reinvent yourself. Wake up. Please understand, I am not giving you any moral lesson. I am not giving you any self-development lesson. I am not giving you any self-help lesson. I am least interested in all of that. I am not even interested in you. I am interested in truth. I am just interested in truth. I am singing it. Whoever wants to catch it, catch it. Understand, this one truth. Internalize, internalize, internalize. Today's homework for all the satsangis. List out 10 items which you really thought if it is removed, you will be lost, your life will collapse, but it was removed. Not only you are living your life now, you even forgot you had that once in your life as part of you. And I guarantee you will have 10 things either persons or things or place, at least 10 things will be there. Pen them down and put it in your Facebook as a status. Pen the 10 things down, put it in your Facebook as status. With your own understanding of today's satsang, you paraphrase it. Now whatever I shared, you paraphrase it and put these 10 things which was part of your life, which you really felt if it is removed, you will collapse. But now it is not there in your life, and not only you have not collapsed, you even forgot that they were part of your life at one time. And I tell you, everything, when it is removed from your life, just life is giving you the beautiful chance to reinvent yourself and just to remind you, fool, without that also you will be powerful. Kala, time can tolerate anything, but is allergic to powerlessness. Even if he sees there is some possibility of powerlessness in you, he just pulls it out. And I tell you, when he sees fear, when Kala sees fear in you, he tells, hey, don't bother. Whatever you are afraid of losing, you will see, now I am removing it. But you will not become powerless. You will not be depressed. Without that, you will be living, and after some time, you will even forget this was part of your life. Learn this. Understand. The next line in the Upanishad, next word, Bunjita. Understand. Tena tyaktena bunjita ma krita kasya sviddanam. Whenever you are centered on the fear, whenever you are centered on the fear of losing something, you will become violent, grabbing. How to become non-violent? How this, the second part of that statement, can become strategy in your thinking, can become strategy for your life. I'll continue in the next verses. I am telling you. Grabbing will never fulfill you, and the people who try to grab will never be powerful. Listen, I'll expand on this, the second part of the second line, Bunjita makrita kasya sviddanam, in the further verses, because just the tena tyaktena has taken today's satsang, I'll expand, and I just wanted to leave you with this one concept. Today you will do this homework. 10 things. All of you will have minimum 10 things, I'm telling you, which you really felt. Without that, your life will be lost. You will fall into depression. You will collapse. But when that was removed, not only you have survived, you lived. Maximum 2-3 days you would have missed. Because you have been taught you have to miss. Otherwise, not even that. And after that, you won't even remember that. And I tell you guys, make this list and put it in the Facebook. Everyone will read. You will read everyone's. Then you will understand the kind of a strength, inner strength and understanding will evolve in you. You will become a Vedanta Kesari, the lion of Vedanta. The lion with the strength of Vedanta. You will become a Shiva Gana. Come back tomorrow with this strength. I'll explain the remaining part. Bunjitam akridak kasya siddhanam. And I'll tell you the power of Tyaga in any field. In any field, I tell you, the power of Tyaga. So, with this, bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahants, Tanidars, Kotaris, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us through two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Singapore, Hyderabad, Dakota Dunes, Winston-Salem, Romania, Tallahassee, Florida, Dubai, Charlotte, Varanasi, Los Angeles, Bogota, Colombia, Guadalupe, Seattle, Enriching Temple, Indrani, New Jersey, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Phoenix, London, Kashi, and some more cities are joining. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. Lot more cities have joined in two-way. St. Louis, Tirumala, Ohio, Pujananda, Chennai, LA downtown, Toronto, Kailasam, Oman, Sivagangai, Ozur, Sally Spring, Winston, Houston, Texas, Vancouver, Nithyananda Nagaram, Hyderabad, yes, and yes, I can see. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I have to answer a few questions before entering into Upanishads. Some people are expressing, Swamiji has entered only first Upanishad Sutra. It is mind-blowing. Some are expressing, it is just going beyond our head or understanding. See, if you feel it is going beyond your head, you are not able to understand, the solution is watching the satsang again 2-3 times, not telling me to reduce or dilute the strength of what I am delivering. Understand, I am not Anasin Metasin Guru, giving few kriyas, techniques, some goody messages. Love everyone, your problems will be solved. As if nobody knows or what. How to love is the problem. Now, I am not the guru who gives some kind of a nice to hear advice, feel good, feel techniques. I do give some of the life solutions, but I am not just that alone. Please understand. If I am not revealing the Akashic records during the Upanishads, then when am I going to express? When am I going to reveal all these truths? So I am very clear. No way the Satsangs Upanishad series is going to get diluted. It is only going to get more and more stronger. And as I said, I am not interpreting. I am just intercepting the conversations happened originally when these Upanishads were revealed. The pretext, context, and afterword, forward, content, afterward, all that which is related to Upanishads, I am downloading and reading it out, sharing it with all of you. You can't ask me to dilute it. If you wanted it to be diluted, ask the Upanishadic Rishis. It's not in my hands. So understand, it is something not in my hands. Please understand, I am neither a feel-good feeling teacher, nor a revolutionist. No. I am a spiritual being expressing and actively establishing the dharma, cosmic understandings about life, helping everyone to live Advaita. So if you feel you are not able to understand, you are not able to internalize, please watch the satsang again and again, 2-3 times, then you will understand. Let me enter into the mantra. Ishavasya sarvam yat kincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjita ma krita kasya sveddanam. The translation is, by the consciousness filled must this all be, whatever moving thing there is in the ever-moving world. With this renounced you may enjoy, covet not the wealth of anyone at all. Listen. Yesterday I was expanding these 4 words. I'll expand that 4 words little more deep and then move to the next. Listen. Perception. Whatever your senses can perceive in a limited time and space. Second, fact. Your senses perceiving with a more time and space. Truth. With a lot more time and space, even your perception evolves. Truth. Reality is existence as it is beyond your perception and time and space. Yesterday I was giving an example. Perception. Earth is flat, sun is going around the earth. Fact. No, earth is round and earth only is going around the sun. Truth. Earth is not exactly round. It's more like orange fruit, little pressed above and below, and sun goes round the earth. Please listen. In the perception also you felt sun goes round the earth. In truth also sun goes round the earth, but both are not one and the same. Here, you know it with a clear understanding. Sun goes round the earth in few billion years because this whole sun family is not stagnant. The whole sun family is moving around. Whole solar system is moving around, centered on something. So in that way, sun will go around the earth at least once in billions of years. The reality is the shape of the earth should be seen with the Google Earth map. You can't describe it as a round or little orange fruit type. No. No description is possible. See it as it is, and both sun and the earth are going around each other. Earth goes round within 1 year period. Sun goes round within few billion years. Listen, life is all about evolving your cognition from perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality. That's all. It has nothing to do with so-called bliss, love, renunciation, devotion, yoga, nothing. All these are side effects. When your perception evolves to fact, you may suddenly become meditative. You may suddenly become yogic. You may suddenly become loving. You may suddenly become blissful. But life itself, the purpose of life itself is to evolve from perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality. When you are moving from fact to truth, you may suddenly become active. You may suddenly become more loving. You may suddenly become blissful. You may suddenly lose your cunningness. I am seeing that happening after I started Upanishads in so many people. People are losing their hypocrisy. People are losing their anger, violence. The highest form of violence is you deciding you will not be useful or productive to anybody. That's the highest form of violence. You deciding, I will not be useful. See, when you are angry towards your boss, I will not be useful to his aim, his goal. Same way, only when you are angry with yourself and Sangha, Guru, whatever you see. See, when you are angry with yourself, you will be angry with everything, everybody, everyone. Only then you will decide, I will not be useful, or I will not make any of their declarations into reality. Love means making yourself as a catalyst for everyone's reality. Nothing more can be done to that extent. Not only you should perceive, whatever you can, you have done. Everyone should feel, whatever you can, you have done it for making everyone's reality. That is what is love. I am seeing more and more people dropping hypocrisy, becoming loving, because many of your perceptions are moving towards fact, facts are moving towards truth, truths are moving towards reality. That's all is life. That's all is life. Cognition. Cognition. Moving from perception to fact. Fact to truth. Truth to reality. Reality is Isha. Listen. Upanishads declares very clearly. Upanishads declare very clearly. Consciousness fills all this. Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. This one verse answers so many doubts created by materialists, the so-called rationalists. Are the so-called irrational rationalists, Paguttarivu. In Tamil we use the word. This Tamilian Paguttarivu people are, the Tamilian atheists are not even rationalists, they are irrational rationalists. Listen, my pronunciation Ishavashyam is also Padabeta. How I heard from my masters, I am repeating, but actually it is Ishavashyam. Ishavashyam is not Vashya. My masters, they use the same Sha to Vasya also. I am retaining the Padabheda as it is, as a respect and reverence to my master's way of pronouncing it. In Vedic tradition it is allowed. The Padabheda, which you heard exactly from your master, is supposed to be retained as it is. So even though letter here, the Isha, that Sha is different, Vasyam, that is not the Sha, but because I heard from my masters, Ishavashyamidagum sarvam, I am retaining it. So all my disciples are requested to retain the same Padabheda of my masters. It is it's a way of giving respect to the teacher. The highest place given for the masters and teachers in our Vedic tradition. Even if there is pronunciation difference, it is accepted and revered as Padabheda of that master, and I do wanted to keep the tradition. Listen. Nothing purifies you like truth. Just simply sitting and giving advice to human beings is useless. After doing that for a decade, I realized it. Sitting and giving advice to human beings is useless. Understand? Telling them, be more loving, be more blissful, be more caring, be non-violent, all this is just useless, utter useless, not even 1% useful. If at all you are really sincere in helping yourself and people, others, do not do the stupid thing of empty advices. I tell you, whenever I moved people from perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality, all the best things need to happen to people have started happening. They become automatically more loving, more caring, more intelligent, more non-violent, more enriching. I tell you, throughout this Upanishad series, I am going to do only this, moving you from step by step to the higher levels of existence. Automatically, all the good things will happen to you and by you. I am not moral teacher. Please understand. My teachings may lead you to become more moral. My aim is leading you to higher and higher reality. Asatoma satkamaya. My purpose is to lead you to Asadoma satkamaya, Tamasoma jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma amritamgamaya. The side effect may be bliss, you may become more blissful. Side effect may be intelligence, you may become more intelligent. Side effect may be thousands and thousands of auspicious qualities. You may become good moral person. But my aim is to lead you from unreality to reality. Asatoma sadgamaya, tamasoma jyotirgamaya, mrityorma amritamgamaya. Understand, experientially moving you from perception to fact, fact to truth, truth to reality, helping you to live Advaita. The best way to listen to Upanishads should be morning you wake up, just wash yourself, come and drop your body in the presence of the Master. Listen, listen, listen. After that whole day, just digest, 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 not doing any work related to mind other than this digestion, and if at all needed, doing little physical work like a gardening or agriculture. Body can work, some cleaning of the deity or doing little agriculture or gardening, but mind should not work. Mind should only be working on these great truths, digesting it and falling into that space in the night as a sleep. This is the best way to listen to Upanishads. Anyone who listens to Upanishad in this way, even for 3 months, will experience living Advaita. Mind should not be engaged in any other mental activities which requires you to move away from contemplating on these truths. Body can be engaged. You can just be doing some gardening. You can be doing some agriculture work. Body can be engaged. But mind not getting engaged in anything moving out of this contemplation on Upanishads. And enriching is never moving out of Upanishads, don't worry. If you are working on enriching, it is perfect. It only strengthens your understanding about Upanishads. Other than that, not doing any other mental actions, activities, and digesting. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. Not doing mental activities, but doing only physical activities. Not doing mental activity means even the unnecessary wandering should not be there. Mind should be engaged in thinking, contemplating on these great truths you heard. It should be engaged. That is why I am encouraging Vada Pradivada, debates, contemplating. Anybody can devote just 3 months. Especially these first 3 months, I am going to be exploring on Ishavasya Upanishad. After Isha, Kana. After Kana Upanishad, Kata. Just the best and greatest truths revealed. But I don't think in 3 months we will be finishing Kena, Kata, all those Upanishads. Maybe we may finish Ishavasya Upanishad. Because I am looking at least next 2 years, I will be expanding on Upanishads. Ishavasya Upanishads alone is 18 verses, and I welcome and invite everyone all the ashrams all over the world are now open for everyone to come and listen to Upanishads, contemplate whole day without doing any mental work, doing just some physical activities like gardening or agriculture or just cooking. And I take the responsibility of providing for your needs during this period. As per the Vedic tradition, Master is supposed to beg and take care of the disciples' needs like food, shelter, clothes, medical care, the basic needs. So I commit with all of you, as per the Vedic tradition, anyone can come and be in our campuses wherever we have place to accommodate. Of course, this campus is enough to accommodate even few thousand people. You can come, study minimum 3 months. If you want to stay further and listen to further Upanishads, I welcome you. You will not be put to do any mental activity which is not supposed to be done when you are digesting these great truths other than contemplating on it. This is what the ideal life I propose, especially when you are internalizing Upanishads. Listen to morning satsang and spend a little time on contemplating on it. Just to keep yourself awake, do some physical activity. Otherwise you will fall asleep or you will just drift away into your worrying incompletions. To keep yourself away from it, you can do some simple physical activity like gardening or agriculture or cooking. Physical activity where mind is not required to be engaged in certain actions. Our mind is not required to be engaged in any activity away from contemplating on Upanishads. Then have debates on Upanishads and you can watch the satsang, retelecast, and again, once the sun sets, having an active, powerful debate, non-violent, active, powerful debate. See why I say non-violent? You should not be taking a stand just because you took that stand. You should move to the different stand only if you are sincerely convinced. See, without sincerely convinced, you should neither move to the other stand. If you are sincerely convinced, you should not have the blockage of ego. No, I already took this stand, how can I change? No. without having the ego. I took this stand, how can I change? You should be able to change, and you should change only if you are sincerely convinced, not otherwise. That is what I call active non-violent debate. I visualize every evening after sunset in front of Vaidyasarovar, hundreds and hundreds of seekers sitting as two batches, Vyasa and Shankara, and debating on Upanishads. Listening to these debates sincerely, even birds and flies and bees getting enlightened. And because of their feet touching the lotus in the Manasarovar, even the honey in the lotus becomes nectar. Because that nectar falls into the Manasarovar water, anybody takes bath in that water or gives the Shraddha to their elders in that water, even they getting liberated. All those liberated beings deciding to visit this Kailasa and taking birth, coming to our Gurukul as incarnations and studying. And those incarnations again continuing the debate on the banks of Vaidyasarovar and liberating more and more beings. Maybe a little poetic, but this is the way I wanted this place to be, and I know it will be. Active, non-violent debate. Understand? Not being active is useless, dead. I have seen when debates happen, there will always be 20 people. What is there for me? Let them debate. Finally, whatever is conclusion, I'll understand that. No, you will never understand the conclusion unless you are actively into the thinking process. Unless you are actively into the thinking process, no, you can't catch the truths in the end. No. You can't just see the climax of the movie and understand the whole movie and enjoy the whole movie. No. You need to watch from the beginning to catch the climax. And I also request all the Mahants in all the ashrams, please lead the Vada Pradivada every day. Have some time dedicated for it. Whoever comes, let them come and participate. It should be such a non-violent, active participation. Everyone should be participating and non-violent. So from today, in the Gurukul, we will have debate for Balasans, Balakotaris, Balamahans. They will have their own debate, and in front of Vaidyasarovar, the seekers, disciples, devotees who are residing in this campus and who are internalizing Upanishads, can have everyday debate, non-violent active debate, vada pradivada, shastra vichara, शास्त्र चाय पे चर्चा. And I invite anyone who wants to internalize the Upanishads in this way to Bidadi or any of our campuses where we have accommodation facility to come and stay and internalize. The program is absolutely free, and as per the Vedic tradition, the Guru is supposed to beg, collect all the needs and support the disciple, and I am capable of that and I will do it. When Upanishads are taught, this is the way, this is the tradition which was practiced. So we will do that and have Vakyartha Sadas. That's a technical term for debating on the great spiritual scriptures. Vakyartha Sadas. We will have Vakyartha Sadas every evening on the banks of Vaidyasarovar. Whoever wants to participate, please come and participate. Today again, the subject for Vakyartha Sadas is perception, fact, truth, reality. Debate on it, have Vakyartha Sadas on it, and I am encouraging Vakyartha Sadas everywhere. All the Mahants should lead Vakyartha Sadas everywhere, in all our ashrams, temples, gurukuls, schools, vidyalayas, and in all the campuses. Through Vakyartha Sadas, you will internalize and internalize these great truths again and again and again. We will have the Vakyartha Sadas as per the tradition, with a betel leaf, betel nut, lime paste. That's a traditional way of having the debate. We will have the Vakyartha Sadas as per the tradition every day. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanidars, Kotaris, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us, having Nayana Diksha. London, Los Angeles, San Jose, Canberra, Australia, Varanasi, Canberra, Australia, Port Washington, New York, Melbourne, Tiruvarur, Indrani, New Jersey, Seattle, Chidambaram, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Phoenix, Oklahoma, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Houston, Washington, Wisconsin, Romania, North Dakota, Toronto, Hong Kong, Winston-Salem, Vancouver, Charlotte, North Dakota, North San Antonio, Dubai, Atlanta, and some more cities, Ponca City. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Let's start with the first sutra of the first Upanishad. Please understand, I am following the arrangement as per the Advaitic tradition. Actually, Ishavasya Upanishad is part of the Yajurveda, not Rigveda. But all Advaitic tradition masters commented on Ishavasya first. The arrangement is very unique. Isha Kena Kata Prasna Mundaga Mandukya Aitareya Taitriya. This was the set organized way followed by almost all Advaitic masters. But originally in the Vedas itself, they are not organized in this way. Ishavasya Upanishad comes in Yajurveda. So they are not organized in the way it is commented by Advaitic masters. Maybe the masters felt these Upanishads support one by one your enlightenment process, so they organized it. I am following the structure organized by the Advaitic masters. The first sutra, please listen, let's repeat. Isha Vasyamidaggo sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjita makrita kasya sviddanam. In the original writing, the sutra is Jagatyam Jagat. But if you see, when I pronounce, I will be pronouncing Jagat. This is the way I heard from my masters. So it is called Padabheda. See the accent. Each master has his own accent. Originally I heard the Upanishads from Isaki Swami, Yogananda Puri and Vibhudananda Puri. These three. So when I heard from them, the accent with which I heard is usually revered and respected as Padabheda. And moreover, when I retain the accent, I also remember them. And it is the way of honoring the Guru. Retaining the Padabheda of Guru means the accent of Guru without questioning or trying to correct is a kind of a respect and reverence shown to the master in Vedic tradition. It is called Padabheda. Means your teacher in your area, the way he teaches, the way he chants, the way the accent is maintained, just retaining it. When I heard this same Upanishads in Ramakrishna Mission in Bengal, the pronunciation and the accent is little different. Ishavasya shorubam yatkinja jagatyan jagatu. Because in Bengal all the A will become O. In Bengali it is never Vivekananda, it is Bibekanando. So retaining that accent is the respect given to that Guru, and it is called Padabheda in our tradition. The way I heard exactly from my masters, I am repeating, retaining the Padabheda. The way I chant Jagat Dhanam. All these additions are not actually available in the form of letter in the original verses. But I just wanted to retain the purity of the Padabheda. I don't feel Padabheda is anyway disturbing the originality of the verses, so I am retaining it as it is. Let's enter into the verse now. Om Ishavasya midagam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Listen. By the consciousness enveloped must this all be, whatever moving there is in the moving world. Listen. Yesterday I was explaining two concepts. Later on I tried to ask my sannyasis how many of you understood. Anyhow, now I am explaining it again. It means you understand how many understood. two words I introduced, inclusiveness and conclusiveness. Listen. Whenever you operate based on logic, you arrive to conclusions and move from conclusions to more conclusions. Like maths. Conclusions and science. Conclusions. Your logic, thinking, one of the important component of your life, moves in the line of conclusions. It doesn't care about anything else. It doesn't care about anything else. One of the biggest problem you face in this way of moving with conclusions, there are many advantages when you are moving with conclusions. If you want to reach Delhi, if you have a conclusive calculation, how many hours it will take, which road you have to drive, how many kilometers from where you are, you need a conclusive details, only then you can reach Delhi. So there are many advantages if you move in the language of logic, which is very conclusive. Unfortunately, there are some disadvantages. Even you will feel bored because the life itself is not always conclusive, and life itself is not always logically analyzable and quantifiable or reproducible. All system which tries to analyze, quantifies, replicates, reproduces, have their own disadvantages and restrictions. Including astrology. Please understand, which is trying to logically calculate, mathematically analyze, and try to come to conclusions about life. It can only a rough direction, can never be a conclusion. In that way, if you see, the boss will be Kanirasi, and his driver will be Kanirasi, and his sweeper will be Kanirasi. All three will be Kanirasi. How come the boss is a boss, and driver is a driver, and sweeper is a sweeper? It can only the rough directions. As per my horoscope, I'll never be known even to my next door person. No, really, I'll never be known even to my next door person. Not in the later years. It says very clearly, even in the whole life. It is only a kind of a direction. We will have to give our own understanding to it. Yes. Still, I am never known, even to the people who live around me. So these conclusions can never be the conclusions as you understand. These conclusions should be looked with the eye of inclusion of circumstantial evidences. See, if you see the circumstantial evidence, this conclusion, I will never be known by anybody, cannot be the conclusion as you understand. Please understand, the thinking, approaching, planning with the conclusive approach, conclusive way of thinking, many times makes you stop seeing the whole. Conclusion is one of the methodology which has some advantage and disadvantage, but not complete. Same way, the inclusiveness. The inclusiveness, these people will never be practical. Oh, everything is one and the same, life is love. If you see in depth, even they don't believe what they are talking. Maybe in some emotional high, they will utter some words. See, this inclusive group is more poets. The people who preach love. I am not against love, listen. But just like this conclusive way of thinking and living has its own disadvantage, the inclusive way of thinking and living also has its own limitations and disadvantage. See, in the language of inclusiveness, it's always vague. I want to reach Delhi, please give the way. Tell me how. These inclusive people, why do you want to reach Delhi? This itself is Delhi. Why don't you celebrate here itself? Whatever way you want to celebrate. This is Delhi, that is Delhi, Delhi is Delhi, Delhi is everywhere. Everywhere is Delhi. These inclusive people talk more like drunkards. They do not make life practical, but they have one advantage. They will never be boring or tiring. They will never be boring or tiring. They know the juice of life is in inclusion. Somewhere, this inclusive, emotional trend and the type should meet the conclusive thinking style and merge together. Only then that being. See, the logic head is always trying to be conclusive. The emotion heart always trying to be inclusive. But both have their own limitation, advantages and disadvantages. It's only the being where both meet and blossoms. Only there, ultimately, the reality is perceived, lived as reality. Understand? I have a story. Drunk man is stopped by the police around midnight, 12 o'clock, and is asked where he is going at this time of night. The man replies, I am going to attend a lecture on alcohol abuse and ill effects of alcohol on my health. Officer, wow, really? That sounds interesting. Who is giving that lecture at this time of night? The man replies, my wife. Understand? The joke seems to be very inclusive and conclusive. Look into your life most of the time. You are stable because of your conclusiveness. You grow because you take the risks and challenges of inclusiveness. But somehow we will have to meet both and complete both, bring both to completion. See, a man who wants to be conclusive in his life will be very stable. He will get married, have a house, get a job in a Fortune 500 company, have a car, and he will know how to drive from house to office. Very stable life. Conclusive. But no growth. All growth, expansion happens when you operate, when you switch to the mode of inclusive. Only there you get the energy, intensity, clarity, depth to take risks. Somewhere these two should have completion in your being. That happens only when you know how the law of life functions. Understand? All the cosmic law emerges. Dharma itself emerges out of an inner space where inclusiveness and conclusiveness becomes complete. The emotion and logic becomes complete. To run a family, you need inclusiveness. To run the office, you need to be conclusive. To run your life, you need to be inclusively conclusive. Ultimately, when you merge your logic and emotion, inclusiveness and conclusiveness, it should become inclusively conclusive or conclusively inclusive, not inconclusive. Listen. This first statement, I can tell you, it is just a shock. It is so inclusive and so conclusive. That is why I am telling you, it can be applied immediately as a technique, and it will be realized as a truth any moment by you. Understand? All these great truths, sometimes they are truth but can't be applied as a technique. Sometimes they are techniques but can't be taken as a truth. When there is a gap, yesterday I explained some of the statements, like Ramana Maharshi saying, nothing will happen without His grace. Only what He wants will happen. See, this is a powerful technique if you practice it honestly, with integrity. But I have seen many people exploiting it. Many of these so-called religious people, they will do all the mistake and they say, only if God wills everything happens finally by His will. One fellow came to me and he said, I am stuck in poverty, please bless me, somehow help me to get out of this poverty. I asked him, what is the reason how this poverty happened? Oh, I have 14 kids. I asked him, you could have been little intelligent. He says, what can I do? God gave. Now I just looked at him. I did not ask any further question. Now how I am looking at you guys, same way I looked at him. He understood. I did not ask him verbally, did God come and do everything? But he understood. See, this word can be a powerful technique if you use it honestly, but it is not truth. How the word exactly uttered by Ramana Maharshi is misused. That is why I am saying there are some things which our masters said, sacred secrets, they are techniques, not truths. So this word of Ramana Maharshi, everything happens only by God's will, is an amazing technique. If you just use that in your cognition, you will just settle down into the depth of your being. So much of inner healing will happen. You may suddenly wake up to the truth. The truth will be, you will know very clearly where your will is interfering and distorting God's will. How you can let God's will prevail without you willing to will against the God's will. You will be awakened to the truth if you practice that technique sincerely. But that statement itself is not truth. You can see how this guy with 14 kids manipulating the same statement. Understand? Same way, the statement, we are beyond suffering, pain, no suffering can happen to us, no pain can touch us. It's the truth, but it cannot be a technique immediately for you to practice. I tried. The moment I heard this truth, we are beyond suffering, pain, I just ran and took the knife and cut my thigh and saw whether we have pain or not. It's a truth, but not technique. And listen, when there is a gap between truth and technique, you need the guidance of a living master and practice. See, when I heard we are beyond suffering and pain, actually the truth meant the soul, consciousness, what we are originally, not what I think as me. The truth is what we are originally is beyond suffering and pain, but I tried it on what I think as me, body. The truth related to soul, consciousness, I tried to test it on my body, thinking this is me. Listen. So there are many statements, truth, but not technique. There are many truths which can't be applied as technique. There are many techniques which can't be taken as truths. Here I am telling you this statement. With all my integrity and authenticity, I am telling you this statement, Ishavasya midagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat, is a truth and technique. It's a truth and technique. You can start practicing now. You can live this as a truth now. You don't need any master. You don't need any practice. You don't need any preparation. See, when the truth is separate and technique is separate, people are confused, it takes time, they lose faith. It is like a truth is jnana yoga, advaita jnana anubhuti. Everything is one, that oneness is the truth. So for you to achieve that, the technique is either karma yoga, work selflessly, or raja yoga, do all the spiritual practices, or bhakti yoga, do celebrate the feeling connection with the divine. So different paths. When the truth and technique is separated, the space for confusion grows and the space of the gray area becomes more. When there is more gray area, more possibility for exploitation. More possibility for pseudo-gurus. People ask me, why there are so many pseudo-gurus in Hinduism? I tell them, Hinduism is the only tradition which is foolproof. No pseudo-guru can exploit it. In that case, no guru can exploit it. Anybody repeats the Upanishads? In the beginning, even if he was pseudo, he will learn it and he will become a right guru. The system is such. Anybody walks into it, even with the wrong purpose, comes out with a clarity, understanding, and living these truths. Listen. Basically, these great truths are not declared by people who have vested interest, exploitation interest. That is why they have not even declared their name. Authors do not have authority because they are not lending authenticity to these words. See, when an author lends authenticity to some words, he gets authority also over those words. Here, Dharma declares its existence. Dharma expresses its authority. Dharma expands its very core. Dharma is declaring its own life by its own authority. Cosmos is telling you how to live with it. Understand? Cosmos is telling you how to live with it, how to radiate it, how to enjoy it, how to experience it. When there is no gap between truth and technique, you don't need any guide, guru, middleman. You just need a guru to tell, no need for any guru. That's all. There is no gray area. Nobody can exploit. Even guru cannot change anything. He just has to repeat. One of the most foolproof, powerful system the spiritual tradition ever evolved on the planet Earth, which can never be manipulated by anybody, any pseudo-guru, because it has not left any gray area, is Vedic tradition. Here there is no gray area, nothing to manipulate. Only with the gray area comes the possibility for manipulation. Ishavasya idagam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Whatever is moving in the moving world is enveloped by consciousness. I should use the word filled. When enveloped is an incomplete word. Filled. Enveloped means something which is getting enveloped is away from what is enveloped. No. Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Listen. Yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Whatever you think as moving in ever-moving world, it means moving change is your perception. and factual. Listen. Many times your perception is not factual, your factual is not truth, your truth is not reality. Listen, I am organizing words. Perception, fact, truth, reality. Perception. Earth is flat. Sun goes round the earth. Fact. Earth is round. Earth only is going around the sun. Truth. Listen. Earth is not exactly round and sun is going round the earth. Reality. How the earth looks, see it from Google Map, and earth and sun both are going round each other. Understand? Perception, fact, truth, reality. I know lot of explanation and understanding is required. Perception. Earth is flat because that much only you can perceive. And sun is going around the earth because you see sun one side in the morning and the other side in the evening, and he has literally gone round. Then comes truth. Sorry, fact. Fact is earth is not flat, it's round. And sun is not going around the earth is only going around the sun. Means little expanded perception. The perception, when it goes little more than your perceived time and space. See, the fact, when it is added for 365 days and few thousand miles, listen, perception is because you can see only few kilometers and few hours. When you can see few thousand kilometers and few thousand hours, it evolves to fact. Perception evolves to fact. And when you can see few million miles and few million years, then fact evolves to truth, where actually earth is not exactly round and the sun is going around the earth. Please understand. This you need to understand. I'll explain. See, the fruit in my right hand, consider this as a sun. Fruit in the left hand is earth. This goes around this. Is what you consider as fact. But you need to know this whole setup is going around something. So in that way, in few million years, the sun will go around the earth once. Understand? Because this whole setup is going around centered on something. That is what is truth. And the reality is, if you see the few kalpas, first of all, earth's shape is neither flat nor round, and it is ever changing. How it is? Look at the Google map. And whether sun goes around the earth or earth goes around the sun, both of them are actually going around each other. That is reality. Understand? Perception is with a small time and space, your senses functioning. Fact is expansion of the time and space within your perception. Actually, your perception is same, but with expanded time and space. That is fact. Truth is with the expanded time and space, your perception getting altered. Reality is your perception realizing the truth beyond time and space. Understand the definitions. Your perception working within the limitations of time and space is perception. Your perception working beyond the limitations of time and space is fact. Time and space altering your perception is truth. Your perception going beyond time and space is reality. So this statement, Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat, it is truth. Not yet reality. Reality is next statement. Next statement is reality. This statement, Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat, it is neither perception nor fact. It is truth. Listen. Changing, the world is changing, can be fact, and the change itself changes is the truth. Here, Upanishads are not declaring Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagat. No. They are saying jagatyam jagat. Changing, which is established in constantly changing. It is like this fruit is moving. It is centered, established on other fruit that is also moving. This is moving in some way and this is moving in another way. So the change established in change. Jagatyam jagat. Understand? Please listen to today's satsang at least 3-4 times. and you yourself define, you paraphrase it. What is perception? What is fact? What is truth? What is reality? Paraphrase it and put it as your status in the Facebook. This is the homework for everyone. And debate. Today's subject for Vada Pradivada is what is fact, what is perception, what is fact, what is truth, what is reality. And how in our life one is overlapping on the other. Whatever you perceive as change is not only changing, it is established on something which is changing. So actually by this statement, Upanishad declares, don't suffer because of change. The change itself is established on change. Do not have fear or greed because of change, because the change is established on change. It is like things are just moving constantly in front of your mouth, like grapes, fruits, sweets, ice cream, neem leaf, so many things. You just try to jump and catch that through your mouth. Sometimes if it is tasty, you celebrate life. If it is bitter, you say, "Rah, rah, rah." Whatever it is, whether it is tasty or bitter, don't worry, because it is changing. Changing itself is changing. Once more defining. Perception is your senses operating within the limits of time and space. Fact means your senses operating beyond the boundaries of time and space. Truth means your perception is transformed by the perceived because it is too huge. The time and space itself is transforming the way you perceive. Is truth. Reality means perception beyond the boundaries of perception and time and space. Perception is boha, fact is yoga, truth is jnana, reality is vijnana. Perception is boha, senses. Perception leads always to boha, sensory pleasures. Fact leads to always yoga, trying to unite with the higher. Truth leads to jnana, enlightenment. Reality leads to vijnana, living Advaita. living it. Celebrate Saraswati. Celebrate Upanishads. We will continue to celebrate Upanishads. Today, do this homework in the Facebook and continue with the debate. Vada Pradivada on these four: perception, fact, truth, reality. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Kotaris, Tanedars, visitors, viewers sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing: Melbourne, Tiruvarur, London, Kashi, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Oman, Sivagangai, Scottsdale, Arizona, Seattle, Chidambaram, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Singapore, Singapuram, Minot, North Dakota, Slovakia, Pobrad, Surrey, Canada, Warrington, UK, Houston, Kalahasti, Singapore, Singapuram, Romania, Hong Kong, Sirgari, and some more cities: Hyderabad, Adinam, Charlotte, Srisailam, Ponca City, Oklahoma, and Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, London, Kashi, Melbourne, Tiruvarur, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Scottsdale, Arizona, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Oman, Sivagangai, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Seattle, Chidambaram, and some more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I am entering into the first verse of the Upanishads. Before entering into every verse, I feel like wipe yourself completely clean and be fresh so that this verse enters into you as a nectar and starts functioning. Listen, listen, listen. Ishavasya sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjita ma krudakasya sviddanam. Recite along with me. Ishavasyamidam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjita ma krita kasya sviddanam. Isha vasyamidagam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bunjita ma krita kasya sviddanam. The translation. By the consciousness enveloped must this all be. Whatever moving thing there is in the moving world, with this renounced, you may enjoy, covet not the wealth of anyone at all. Listen. By the consciousness enveloped must this all be. Whatever moving thing there is in the moving world, with this renounced, you may enjoy, covet not the wealth of anyone at all. Listen. Isha. Understand this word. This word means consciousness which has all the auspicious qualities and which is causal, actual, material, source of everything is, which we may know or we may not know, and it is not only the source, it permeates. Please understand, Isha is not just the source of these plants, stones, you, me. It continues to permeate, fill all of us and everything is, even when we are in this form. Listen. The consciousness is not just the source, it is the base, not just a base material, it continues to be the base which keeps the material together in this shape. Isha Vasyam Idham Sarvam Yatkincha Jagatyam Jagat. By the consciousness, enveloped, must this all be? Listen. The word Vashyam, listen, means must. Must. There is no maybe, might be, can be, could be. No. It's a declaration. Declarations are expected to be used as a basic cognition in our tradition. Listen. No other spiritual tradition gives so much space for question, answer and debate. And no other spiritual tradition is so conclusive and inclusive. Listen. Inclusiveness always takes away the conclusiveness. Inclusiveness always takes away the conclusiveness. Oh, everything is one and the same. Everything. The inclusiveness takes away conclusiveness. But here, inclusiveness and conclusiveness in completion. Inclusiveness and conclusiveness in the space of complete completion. The Vedic tradition, first and foremost, one and only, inclusive and conclusive tradition. Understand, inclusiveness is always the extreme of emotion. Conclusiveness is always the extreme of logic. Both never go hand in hand. Only if the logic and emotion both merges and sees the reality. Logic always operates from the fear, so it goes on dissecting. Emotion always operates in the space of greed, and it tries to goes on adding. Emotion tries to be inclusive so that it can feel fulfilled with the greed. And logic tries to be divisive so that it can be conclusive. When both ripes and merges, the being blossoms, which is beyond logic and emotion, which I call your individual soul, biomemory, your basic root cognition from which you operate. Only there the inclusiveness and conclusiveness can be in the space of completion, and it can go completely well with each other. Listen. The people who lost conclusiveness for the sake of inclusiveness lost the strength. They become theology light. All these theology light traditions, okay, be as you want, okay, let's celebrate. All the theology light groups, most of the cults function on inclusive, but they very badly lose the strength of conclusiveness. And the people who miss inclusiveness and hold on to some conclusiveness, they become fanatics, terrorists. They are more dangerous than cults. The one and only tradition, the Vedic tradition, which is ultimately inclusive and ultimately conclusive. Completely inclusive and completely conclusive, because it is core. The core cannot choose between inclusiveness and conclusiveness. Just see this word. Ishavasya idam sarvam. The ultimate inclusiveness and ultimate conclusiveness. In this one line, whatsoever exists is enveloped by this consciousness. Ultimate inclusiveness. You can't include anything further in this. And idam vasyam yat kincha, whatsoever. Jagat means changeful. Please listen. How much ever you may think it is changing, as long as your thinking is happening, you will perceive universe as happening. When you settle down in samadhi, you will perceive the whole universe in the space of samadhi. Understand, as long as you are thinking, you will perceive the other part of you as universe which is happening. When the thinking settles down in you and you become peaceful and you enter into samadhi, you will perceive the other part of you also is in the space of samadhi, God. The jiva decides to perceive his other part as Jagat or Ishvara. When you perceive as Jagat, Dvandva exists, dual. When you perceive as Ishvara, only Advaita exists. That is why Ishvara becomes Isha. Even if you translate the word Isha into Lord, there is a kind of a gap. Upanishadic rishis are not telling Ishavasya. No. Because that word Ishvara can create a kind of a subtle barrier. They say Isha, where you don't feel intimidated. Understand? A mind which is still active. For that mind, if you describe God as a embodiment of independent, intelligent, free-willed being, you will feel always intimidated. You will feel, oh, if something else also exists, then should I relate with that through fear, by begging, praying, or greed, by offering, surrendering, or should I start praying? What kind of a relationship I should start developing with it? Because the mind always tries to retain its existence by the methodology of relating. When the method to relate is disconnected, it disappears. It is by the methodology of the relating, it retains its existence. So when mind is there, if the masters utter a word, Ishvara, immediately, oh, he is there. He is intelligent and he is independent. He has a free will. So, he may judge me. He may not accept me. So how should I relate with him? Should I start praying to him? How should I please him? Should I start talking to him? Should I start escaping from him, denying him? Or what should be the thing? Or should I start conquering him? Understand, he is not Ishvara as you perceive, who moves like you. He is Isha, who can be perceived only when there is no movement in you. Any perception you have about him, when there is a movement, is only Jagat, not Ishvara. Only these three you need to know in the life. Everything else will be cleared just if you know about these three. Jiva, individual soul, which perceives. Jagat, universe, which is constantly changing. Which changes is Jagat. And Ishvara, God. Listen. Please listen. As long as there is a movement in you in the form of thought and feeling, which tries to include and conclude. Thought tries to conclude, feeling tries to include. As long as these movements are happening in you, what you perceive inside you and outside you is Jagat, changing. When this thought and emotion, which tries to include and conclude, merges, and that Shanti, silence prevails, you will understand whatever you perceived as Jagat also is nothing but Isha. I can say the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma starts and ends in this first line. The logic which goes on tries to conclude, an emotion which goes on tries to include, this both, when they are moving, when they have not completed with each other, when there is an incompletion, only when there is an incompletion there will be movement. When there is completion, no movement, pure silence. When there is a movement, listen, when there is a movement, you will perceive yourself inside you, outside you. Whatever you feel as mamakara, as ahankara, anyakara, swa-anyakara, all this will be changing. Jagat. Listen. Even when something is changing, it is Isha. Even when you think, when you perceive, it is changing, it is Isha. When you reach the silence of you, when inside there is no movement, there is no incompletions, there is only completion, you will perceive you inside, outside as Isha. Understand? When there is a change in you in the form of thinking or feeling, what you perceive and what you perceive inside and outside is called Jagat, universe, which is changing. And when you are in the space of completion, peacefulness, then what you perceive as you and everything else is God. Here, the Upanishadic rishis are declaring, Upanishads are declaring, I should not even use the word Upanishadic rishis are declaring, no, Upanishads are declaring. Dharma declares its authority by itself is Upanishads, without the help of any author or the authority of any author. Author not only brings authenticity, he brings authority also. Here, Dharma does not need authenticity or authority from anyone else. The person who lends authenticity naturally lends authority also. When he lends authenticity, he has authority. Upanishads does not need anybody to authenticate it. So nobody has authority over it. That is why apaurushya, no author. It is declaring its own grandeur and beauty by its own existence. Please understand. Now what I am revealing is layer by layer Akashic records about this one verse. Om. If I have to expand on this. Om. The sound of whatever is. The vibration of whatever is still vibrating. Vibration of whatever is still vibrant. Om. 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 It has to be experienced. Om. 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 Ishavasya sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Understand? Conclusive. Idam sarvam vasyam. No other doubts. Maybe. Must be. Could be. This is what should be. What else can be? No. This is what is my experience. I don't know, it's up to you. No. Nothing of that sort. Isha vasyam idaggo sarvam yat kincha jagatyam jagat. Whatever you perceive as changeful inside and outside you, even when you perceive as changeful inside and outside you, it is God consciousness which is beyond any change. Listen. The different levels of understanding. When there is a movement, thought flow in you, when there is a change in you, outside also changes, so it is called world. This is yoga. Stop the movement inside you. Inside, when the movement stops, outside movement also will stop. You will perceive the world as consciousness. This is Tantra. Hey, listen. Even while you perceive the change inside and outside you as changeful, it is consciousness living Advaita. Advaita. Listen. Your logic functions continuously in the form of thought, dividing to come to conclusion. Your emotion functions in the form of including to reach completion. Only when the inclusion and conclusion merges into each other, completion happens. People who sacrifice conclusion for the sake of inclusion are poets. Poets can be amazing inclusive people, but can never be conclusive practical. People who sacrifice inclusiveness for the sake of conclusion, amazing mathematicians. They will be amazingly conclusive, practical. You can't live with them. They can never make good husband or wife. They can be amazingly conclusive, but you can't live with them. They'll be literally dead. Dead means dead. If I had to use the word dead, that will be much better. Even in the word dead, there is little life. The word dead, where completely no life. Listen. The best statement ever made with the ultimate inclusiveness and conclusiveness is this one statement: Ishavasya idaggun sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat. The dharma declaring its own authority. Once I was sitting and having a discussion with one of the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar. He said beautifully, I was asking him, why are we doing all the great rituals at the feet of the Dvajastamba, the flagpole in Akada? He said, Swamiji, that's the best way of presenting. The flagpole is the best representation of Dharma without intimidating us in course of time. If you put a statue of Chaturveda, Veda Mata, anything, in course of time the next generation will use even that to intimidate themselves. It will become one more god. The moment you utter the word God, the intimidation starts. Consciousness, the word itself expresses so much of intimacy. The very word feels so intimate and gives you intimacy. If you translate that same word Isha into Lord, it is intimidating. If you translate that word into consciousness, it is so intimate. As long as you have a will, free will, you will always be intimidated by something which has free will. Listen. So you need to be told the Lord's will is not like your will, which intimidates, which feels threatened by anything exists. It's neither interested in intimidating you, nor bothers to protect you. Understand, I am making this statement. If you are expecting protection, you will only end up in hopelessness. Listen, nobody can protect you. Nobody can save you because you don't need to be saved. Wake up to your reality. You neither need to be saved nor you need to be savior. At the most, any savior need to utter only this one statement. Neither you need to be saved nor you need a savior. Wake up. Inclusiveness and conclusiveness in its pure form. In its pure form. Inclusiveness and conclusiveness in its pure form. No mathematician can be so conclusive as this verse. No poetic, no poet can be so poetic, so inclusive than this verse. Ishavasyam idagum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Whatsoever changeful there is in this ever-changing world is all enveloped, is all personification, is all Isha, consciousness. Being who experienced Isha as received Ishatva as Vara is Ishvara. Who is established in the space of Isha is Ishvara. This word Isha should be understood as consciousness, intelligence, consciousness, intelligence, material, subtle, cause and all-pervasive, sustaining support and the reason why the universe is still bound in this form. Understand? Lord Isha is not just the source of this flower. He permeates this flower. He envelops this flower. For this flower to exist in the form of this flower, He is the reason. So He is the material, He is the subtle and causal causes of this to exist. Tomorrow it may change in a different form, it may wither away, it may become a seed for the other plant to happen, it may become whatever. At that time, at this moment and earlier, Isha, the consciousness, fills all this. Listen, this statement is the ultimate truth and ultimate technique. A flawless truth and technique. Please listen. There are some statements, truth, but can't be applied as technique. Some statements, technique, can't be truth. I'll give you the example. When Ramana Maharshi says, whatever is moving only by the grace of God. Without His grace, nothing can move. It's an amazing technique. When Ramana Maharshi's mother came to take him back to Madurai, take him back to his home, to Tiruvannamalai, Ramana Maharshi writes a letter, small chit, and gives to her. In that he says, whatever happens by His will, and without His will, nothing can move. It's an amazing technique, but please understand, it is not truth. In reality, in truth, you do have free will. Why? He coming from all the way from Madurai to Tiruvannamalai happened by with him because he did it. So what he said is a technique. If you relax into that, you will realize the truth. Truth of the free will merging into the cosmic will. It's a technique, not truth. And same way, there are truths which can't be used as technique, which I tried. Annamalai Swamigal told me, Atma has no pain, Atma has no suffering, soul has no pain, no suffering. It's a truth, but it can't be tried as a technique. I went and tried on my body. There are some truths which can never be a technique. There are some techniques which can never be truth. Here, the master stroke, rishis know. There may be some students may not even come back to the next class. Even if you come to just only one Upanishad class, they want to give you enlightenment. So they load the whole truth into this one statement. Understand this one statement, which is all inclusive ultimately conclusive, which is truth and technique. If some statement has to be truth and technique, it has to be clear. If the same statement is made, the consciousness envelops everything. It can only be truth, not technique. You can't try that in your present state. If the statement says, whatever moving is, whatever moving will be only consciousness. It can be technique, not the truth immediately. The word Vasyamidam is now. The word Vasyamidam makes this line as a truth and technique both. Because here, Jagatyam Jagat, whatever is moving, perceived as moving in this moving world, whether this moving is a perception or reality, it is perceived as moving. Sometimes it really feels like it is moving. Whether you perceive it as moving or really it is moving, it is pervaded by consciousness, enveloped by consciousness. Because it is so inclusive and conclusive, it's a truth and technique. It needs to be lived as your cognition. How to? I'll continue in the further satsangs. How to? I'll continue in the further satsangs. Anything can be missed for Upanishads. Don't miss Upanishads for anything. It's too much. Even I am sitting and enjoying. Last 2-3 days I could not physically come and sit because I gave the Shivoham experience to NKY participants. So the Shivoham experience, still body needs little settling. And even in this weekend Nithyananda Yoga, there will be one session, Shivoham process. And first time I gave Shivoham experience in two-way video conferencing in this 4-day Nityakriya Yoga. The Shivoham was done in remote, first time ever on the planet Earth. Understand? Not just Kundalini awakening, Shivoham. So this weekend, NDY, there will be one session, Shivoham process. With this, I bless you all. And from today we may start whole day dialed avatar IA Kalpataru calls. For IA Kalpataru, I am going to make myself available for more and more time. The timings you can call the enriching temple and find out. So with this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotaris, visitors, viewers sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, Mill Valley Vairavan Goyal, Dakota Dunes, New York Varanasi, Vancouver, Bengaluru North, Rajapalayam Adinam, San Jose Madurai, Surrey Canada, Hyderabad Adinam, Dakota Dunes, New York Varanasi, Jorpatti Nepal, Winston-Salem, Selang Malaysia, Nirbeda Tiruvarur, Melbourne Tiruvarur, Devon UK, Kuala Lumpur Palani, Singapore Singapuram, Hyderabad Gupta Kashi, Los Angeles Arunachalam, Houston Kalahasti, Seattle Chidambaram, Guadalupe Rameshwaram, Ohio Prayag, Hyderabad Gupta Kashi, Devon UK, Toronto Tirukkailayam, and some more cities are joining. Winston-Salem and Surrey, Canada, New York, Varanasi. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Upanishads. I'll continue to expand on the Shanti Mantra. So let's start with the Shanti Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamitam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Completion. This is completion. That is completion. If this is removed from that, both remains continue as completion. When the completion merges into completion, completion alone remains. If the completion is removed or perceived to be removed from completion, again completion alone remains as completion. Vivekananda says, forget about all you know as religion. Go back to Upanishads, the source. Drink from the source which will strengthen you. Listen. Drink from the source which will strengthen you. Many times, the achara, the everyday practices you observe, gets the status of religion, and sometimes the achara starts even contradicting the main core truth of religion, and you continue to practice the achara, leaving the religion. It's like they say story. In one mutt, they had a cat. That cat used to jump around the Sannidhanam when he does puja. He will create a big ruckus. So Sannidhanam has said, hey, first tie the cat before I start the puja so that I don't have a disturbance. They tied the cat. And Sannidhanam did the puja peacefully. Second day again, they tied the cat. He did puja. Third day again, they tied the cat. He did puja. After some time, it became a habit that before Sannidhanam starts the puja, you tie the cat so that he starts the puja. One fine day, cat died. And they don't know what to do without cat, how to start the puja. They started searching around here and there for a cat. Hey, we have to tie the cat, only then puja can start. Finally, that day, Sannidhanam did not do puja because cat was not there. See, the acharas unfortunately get into the state of religion when the reason, context is lost in course of time. There are thousands of stories where achara becomes, anushtana becomes a religion. See, achara and anushtana is way of living religion only if you know the context of the achara and anushtana. Once in a while, you have to review yourself. All the achara and anushtana you are doing, are you in the right context and doing it? Based on which you can measure, scale, are you in the right context? How to Align yourself to the right context. The scale to align you to the right context is Upanishads. Again and again and again, go back to the source. Upanishads. Upanishads will give you the clarity, setting the right context for the achara and anushtana you are following, and making you live the context in your everyday life. See, achara and anushtana means habits and lifestyle. The everyday habits and lifestyle you are supposed to follow. Neither you should give up the achara and anushtanas, nor you should be without knowing the context. You should do it knowing the context. Doing it by knowing the context. People who give up lose spiritual strength, and people who don't know the context become superstitious. If you give up achara and anushtana, you will lose spiritual strength. If you don't know the context and continue to do, you will become superstitious. So for both the disease, who don't know the life and who are living superstitious life, for both, the greatest medicine is Upanishads. It is like extracting the gold out of mud. See the gold ore, they collect the gold ore, process it, boil it, acid wash it, finally the gold comes out. Did the gold come from somewhere? Out of nowhere? No. It came only from itself. But was the gold there in the beginning? No. It came only from itself. Exactly. The gold from the gold ore. An enlightened being out of you. It is there inside you. Only if it is there, it can come out. Otherwise, it can't come out. Whatever need to be added in you for you to become enlightened being is completion. Whatever need to be removed from you is the idea you have in completion. There is no incompletion itself. If something is there, it will continue to be there. Listen. If something is there, it will continue to be there. From the gold ore, if all the dirt can be removed and gold finally remains, how can you say there was a time this dirt was part of gold? Anything which can be removed, how can you say it was part of it? You were insensitive to see both of them separate in the beginning. Now they become separated to the level you are able to sense. That's all. Listen. If the dirt is inside the gold, can it be separated? No. Because it was never inside, it can be separated. If the incompletions are part of your programming, it can never be separated. Because it is already out of you, it can be taken out. Understand? Now, they are out of you, but not to the level you can sense it. Once they are out of you, to the level you can sense it, you declare Purnamata, Purnamitam, Purnat, Purnamudachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnamevavasishyate. Once the way you perceive you, the way your Guru perceives you, you will declare you are enlightened being. Understand? When I see you again and again, I perceive you are separate, your incompletions are separate. That is why I attack your incompletions. But you feel your incompletions are very much part of you. And you feel I am attacking you. What to do? It can never be part of you. Your incompletions can never be part of you. If it is, it can never be separated. If it can be separated, it can never be part of you. Understand? Only gold can come out of gold. Anything else which comes out of gold was never part of gold. In Vedic tradition, all the human possibilities are used to internalize and internalize the spiritual truths. One of the biggest possibility of human beings is a deep, in-depth analysis. When you do an in-depth analysis, beyond your logic, your being opens up. That is why Vada Prativada, debates are a powerful method to internalize and internalize the Vedic truths. When I was teaching Brahma Sutra, I encouraged devotees to have Vada Prativada. Now again, today I am initiating all of you. Start the groups everywhere. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. With the title Upanishad Debates. With the hashtag Upanishad Debates. Start the Vada Prativada. I tell you, by doing Vada Prativada with Buddhists, Shankara established his ultimate Advaitic experience into Buddhists. But listen, from Buddhism, more than 90% he digested and assimilated. So end of the day, Buddhists and Shankara both were enriched. Same way, Buddhists, Nagarjuna, but he, by doing the debate, with the disciples and followers of Shankara, he established his ultimate experience, no doubt, but he picked up so many convincing points from the Vedic tradition. I tell you, in debate, ultimately nobody wins, nobody loses, both gets enriched. Let's start the Vada Prativada, internalizing process of Vedic tradition. Fullness, completion comes from completion. Continues to remain as completion, from which it came and which came out. Both continues to remain as completion. And when it goes back, completion remains as completion. If this is the case, can completion come out of completion? If it is not, then why we perceive incompletion? This is the question. I am leaving it for debate. Debate. When you debate, you will internalize. You will internalize. You will understand. You will look in. You will see the possibilities. Debating with the right person is a joy. That is why Vyasa comes down to taste debate with Shankara. He comes down to taste debating with Shankara. And it goes on and on and on till one disciple understands who is debating with whom and falls at the feet of both and chants Shankaram Shankaracharyam Keshavam Badarayanam. Shankara, Mahadeva is sitting here as Shankaracharya. Keshava, Vishnu is sitting here as Badarayana. How is the debate going to end? Who is going to win? Who can lose? Then both of them reveal their identity to each other and end the debate. So we also will have two teams, Shankara team and Vyasa team. Start debating. Understand again and again and again the truths need to be relived, remembered, rejoiced, radiated. Truth needs to be relived, remembered, rejoiced, radiated. Remember, relive, rejoice, radiate. Shankaram Shankaracharyam Keshavam Badarayanam Sutrabhashya Kritau Vande Bhagavantau Punah Punaha. One does the sutra, one does the bhashya. Listen. End of the day, this question can completion come out of completion? Is there anything called incompletion? If it is not there, why are we perceiving? And what is the truth about the completion coming out of completion? All these questions do not have answer. When you dig these questions, you will only have experience. So now, today, launching this great debate, Vada Pradivada, Prashna Uttara, question and answer, and debate. I am opening myself and making myself available. You can call in now for a direct debate with me. From anywhere around the world, you can call in now. The screen on your number, whether you are watching Sadhana TV, Nithyananda TV, two-way video conferencing. You can call 080-2727-9999 to have a direct debate with me or question answer with me on this subject. But restrict yourself only to this subject which we are discussing today. Nithyananda here.
Nithyanandam Swamiji, this is Mananda Sarai from Vancouver.
Yes, go ahead. You have a question or you want to debate?
I will have a question. I'm sure it won't go into a debate. I cannot go into a debate with you.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Please come up with your question.
So what I understood from the satsang is that our incompletions are like the dust which is there in the ore of the gold. And it is separate from the gold itself. It is not gold. But why does that dust, why does our mind attract that dust and we perceive it as part of us or part of that gold?
See, actually, I have to ask this question to you. My mind is not perceiving. You understand? My mind is not perceiving the dust as part of gold. So I am clear about it. I have to ask you, why are you perceiving dust as gold? You please tell me, because this is your experience. I am answering from my experience. I do not perceive dust as a gold. Now you are only perceiving dust as gold. Now you only have to answer from your experience zone. How do you guys perceive dust as gold?
I feel I have incompletions where actually they are not part of me. I know they are not part of me. But I'm always trying to
please, you think they are part of you?
No, but I feel I have them. I don't know why. Although I know they are not part of me, and I can complete and end it, but still, every time I feel I've got to complete, that means I have incompletion.
So, what I am saying, directly you are not able to come to the conclusion you have incompletion. Only with the indirect symptoms you are able to come to the conclusion you have incompletion. Am I right?
Correct,
listen now. See, have you seen the psychiatric drugs and other drugs advertisement in your TV channels in Canada?
Correct, Swamiji.
There will be some 25 diagnostic lines. If you have mild laziness and little tiredness associated with or without your back pain and knee pain, and if you have a slight headache at the age of 45 or before and after, if you have a little bone weakness and bone pain before 65 or after 65 or around 65, please consult your doctor. You may be heading towards osteoporosis. If you see this advertisement, who you think will be very sure that they don't have or they are approaching towards osteoporosis?
Correct. It's just a perception.
Listen. How the fussy diagnostic methods are taught to you for you to believe you have a disease so that you can come to the doctor for medicine and you can be exploited. Society has taught you the fussy diagnostic methods to make you believe you have incompletion so that you can be divided to pieces and exploited. So, the straightforward, please listen, the straightforward single line answer, do you know your incompletions are separate from you and you can end it.
Yes, I do.
Then stop with it. Stop with
Yes,
it.
Swami.
This is like a straightforward. I have a knee pain. Let me get the herb or the oil and apply it on the knee pain. Straightforward, over. But now,
Correct.
unfortunately, when you are having knee pain, you are seeing that advertisement, a middle-aged lady, unable to walk slowly, and the lines goes on. If you have a knee pain, before 45 or after 45 or around 45, and you have a little tiredness, laziness, unsaid restlessness, evening or before evening or around the time you go to the bed, and if you have the craving and feeling like eating and drinking whenever you find time, and you are not able to control, or you think you are not able to control, please approach your family doctor. You may be heading towards osteoporosis. If you see this advertisement, what will you do?
Go and buy the drug. Or go to the doctor. Yes.
Listen, your question has a two-part. First part you said, I know my incompletions are separate from me. I can end them by completion. That statement is equivalent to, I have a knee pain, I'll get the oil, pain balm, apply it, over. But the second statement you made, I must be having incompletion because these are all there. Can you repeat the second statement?
I feel at the end of the day that I had incompletions and I can complete with them.
So, who gave you that fussy diagnostic technology?
It's my mind. It's just my perception and my mind.
And your friends and family and relatives who don't want to see you happy.
Correct, Swami.
Who have a vested interest in keeping you in low profile.
Correct, Swamiji.
So, why do you want to accept their fussy diagnostic methods and diagnose, confirm you have incompletion so that they can exploit you with their medications? Each one will give you the solution for incompletion. Your uncle, the moment he makes you feel you are incomplete, he will tell, serve me and take care of me. I will stand by you and protect you from all incompletion. The next guy, he will come and tell you, marry me and live with me. I will protect you from all incompletion. Husband is a person who stands by you during all the troubles and trials and problems of life, which will not be there if he is not there in your life. I am telling you, ma, every person who gives you the fussy diagnostic method and convinces you you have incompletions as something to gain by you believing you have incompletion. Now, you are my disciple, am I right?
Yes, Swamiji.
So, I am one of the important part of the life in you, am I right?
You are my life, Swamiji.
Yes.
Not
Then,
part of my life. You are my life.
then now come on, listen to me. Listen to me.
Yes, Swamiji.
Now, Kala Bhairava is my life, understand? Just like I am your life, Mahadeva,
Yes, Swamiji.
Kala Bhairava is my life. And keeping him as a witness, I am declaring with all my integrity, you know, the words I utter come true. You can
Yes, Swamiji.
look into your own life or other disciples' life, whatever. With all
Yes, Swami.
the grace of Mahadeva, keeping him as a witness, all my integrity, I am declaring, you do not have any incompletions.
Thank you, Swami. Thank you for completing me, Swami. I love you.
You are complete. Okay?
Thank you, Swami. I love you.
So
Thank
now-
you, Swami. I love you. Yes, Swami.
From now, you will start meditating on it, contemplating on it, keeping this as a cognition, you will start functioning. My
Thank
blessings
Swami.
to you.
Yes, Swami.
Clear?
Thank you, Swami. I love you. Thank
Blessings.
you, Swami. I love you.
Be
Thank you.
blissful.
Thank you.
So it's
Thank
time.
you. Yes, Swami.
Blessings, ma. It's time. We will have to move to the next step. Today we have a long day because the Nitya Kriya Yoga participants are going to have a session in the Sacred Arts by me. I am taking them to the Sacred Arts tour. So, otherwise I would have continued the question answer and debate. I am not able to. But we will continue in the next days, continuous days, because today we have a Nitya Kriya Yoga. I'll move to the next segment. But in the further sessions and further satsangs, we will continue to have question answers and debates on this Upanishads. And today the Vedic lifestyle introduction tour to Sacred Arts. To all the Nitya Kriya Yoga participants. So Nitya Kriya Yoga participants, please go and have your breakfast quickly. Now it is 8:03, but keep it as 8, and by 9 finish your breakfast. Before 9:30 be in the Sacred Arts. And I'll give you guys the tour, an intro to Vedic lifestyle. Now with this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing, having Nayanadiksha, cities sitting with us, Nayanadiksha, Oman Sivagangai, Singapore, Colombo, Romania, London Kashi, Vancouver, North Dakota, New York, Wisconsin, Winston-Salem, Tiruvannamalai, Kuala Lumpur, Palani, Jorpatti, Nepal, San Jose, Madurai, Ohio, Prayag, Houston, Kalahasti, Seattle, Doncaster, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Los Angeles, Arunachalam, Phoenix, Arizona, Guadalupe, Rameshwaram, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Toronto, Tirukkayilayam, Scottsdale, Arizona, Charlotte, Srisailam, Paris, Indrani, New Jersey, and some more cities are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Upanishads. Let's chant the Shanti mantra, which I am expanding on, and enter into the science of applying that mantra in our life. Purnamata Purnamitam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. When I am trying to expand Upanishads, even I feel I am not using enough words. It's like it is not adequate. Saraswati may be eloquent, but not adequate to translate the silence of Mahadeva. Translating the silence of Mahadeva, even Saraswati feels inadequate. She may be eloquent in front of anything, but inadequate in front of Mahadeva's silence. Upanishads are Mahadeva's silence, translating that into words. It's only by Mahadeva's grace I can translate his silence into words and deliver. Understand? I was expanding on the concept of nation and desha. When decision makers, whether in the field of business or ruling, when decision makers are out of fear and greed, it is all about producing in mass and sharing it with the world. When the decision makers are caught in fear and greed, then it is all going to be about possessing and controlling. Wealth handled with incompletion will lead to possessiveness. Power handled with incompletion will become controlling. A powerless man, when he is given power, he will only be controlling. A poor man, when he is given wealth, he will only be possessing. Poor man does not even know how to live with wealth, I am telling you. He will just make a big godown, iron godown, thick walled iron godown, put everything inside and lock it and sleep on it, that's all, and die. And is this the purpose of wealth? And whole life he spent worrying, will anybody know what I am keeping under my bed? And will anybody steal it? A poverty conscious man, even if he stumbles upon wealth, he can't live. Poor man, incomplete man, even if he sees wealth, he is not going to enjoy it, live it. He may possess it, he may not live it. Same way, a powerless man, frightened, fear-based person, even if he is given power, he will only be controlling it. He will not be expanding it. Person established in completion, in the space of completion, even if he does not have wealth, he knows how to create and live. Person based on completion, even the small powers which is available to him, he knows how to enrich people with power. Enriching people with power. Completion based lifestyle, I'm telling you. Constantly empower yourself. Constantly empower yourself. Constantly empower yourself. Have power. And go on empowering people with power. And I tell you, in whichever field you empower people, you will be becoming more and more powerful. Only by producing more musicians, you will become a great musician. Only by producing more dancers, you will become a great dancer. Only by producing more doctors, you will become a great doctor. Only by producing more rich people, you will become a richer person. Only by producing more leaders, you will be a great leader. Only by producing more enlightened beings, you will be an incarnation. Empowering people. Empowering people. Empowering can happen only if you feel powerful, complete inside. If you feel incomplete, empowering does not happen. I tell you, life has no hypocrisy. Life has no hypocrisy. Life has no hypocrisy. I think this is the punch statement for all of you today. Meditate, meditate, meditate. Life has no hypocrisy means when you are authentic in empowering people, you will become more powerful. When you are authentic, enriching people, you will be more enriched. No, I'll believe all this, but practically I know if I make him big, he will become big and I'll be small. This hypocrisy will only make you smaller and smaller. Because life responds authentic way. Life has no hypocrisy. I am telling you, throughout my life, I was, I am, I will be always authentically enriching, empowering people continuously. Whatever field you may choose, whatever good things you may have, it can be as simple as one hand rice to as much as the knowledge about different fields. Whatever you may have, empowering, enriching makes you more and more enriched, empowered. If you are a businessman, support as many people as possible to become businessmen. You will become a great businessman. If you are a musician, support as many people as possible to become a musician. You will become a great musician. Any field. Only a completion-based person will feel empowering others, enriching others, enriches himself, empowers himself. Incompletion-based person will continuously possess. I tell you, life has no hypocrisy. Life has no hypocrisy. Life has no hypocrisy. I really wanted all of you, all the devotees, to type this statement at least 11 times in your Facebook as a status and share it with all. Because this key need to be applied in every nook and corner of your life. If I just make this one statement as a cognition for all my kids, I am done. I am just done. If you possess out of greed, you will neither own nor live. If you control out of fear, you will neither have power. You won't even have the people whom you are controlling under you. And if you share out of richness, you will have more and more. If you empower out of powerfulness, you will have more and more powers. Life has no hypocrisy. Understand? I have always seen these disciples who are sincere, honest, standing up for empowering, enriching powerfully. They are showered so much. They always come back and say, Swamiji, gratitude. Swamiji, I am grateful. And these people who try to possess, inside themselves deeply they feel that insecurity and poverty and powerlessness, incompletion. How much ever they try to act outside, the hypocrisy is clearly studied by life. Life responds to them exactly as they are. Please listen. In every level of thinking, let this one truth be the core truth of your being, your core cognition from which you are constantly making decisions. See, for a woman, the core cognition will be, I am woman. I am a woman. I need to protect me. Even by hypnotizing, mesmerizing, you can't take away that part. Even those people who write mesmerism, hypnotism books, who teach all these things, I don't believe in any of that and I don't practice any of that. Let me be very clear. Even they write, even if you hypnotize, mesmerize some women, put a hot charcoal in their hand and say it is cold and hands won't get burnt. Even in that state, if you touch their cloth, they will wake up, come out of hypnotized state or mesmerized state, and they will protect themselves. No one can be mesmerized, hypnotized, and used. Listen, for women, I'm the woman is the core cognition. For men, please listen. For men, I am not enough is the core cognition. For woman, it will always be, I have to protect me. I'm a woman. That fear is the core cognition. For men, I am not enough. The greed will be the core cognition. Replace both with the cognition of completion. Hey, I cannot be violated. Anything which can be violated is not me. For men, I am enough unto myself. Nothing can be added to me. If anything can be added, it can be taken away. Understand? If something can be added to me today, tomorrow it can be taken away. If something is not true today, how can it become true tomorrow? Ubadhi. That is why in Sanskrit we have a beautiful word. Upadhi means, it has two meanings. One, titles and disease. Titles and disease, both are called by the word upadhi. Rich man, title. This title, that title. All these titles and disease, both are one and the same. Understand? What I am talking is not impractical. Listen. It is verily practical for you to practice in your life every day. Our elders have practiced all this. One elderly woman who used to sell buttermilk, ghee, butter in my native village, Thiruvannamalai. She used to come to Annamalai Swamigal, Ramana Maharshi's disciple. She used to come to Annamalai Swamigal and she will offer every day little buttermilk or butter to Annamalai Swamigal and force him to eat. Literally, she will sit, even if it is 2 hours or 3 hours, till he picks up that glass little and puts in the mouth. She will sit and pray to Annamalai Swamigal. Annamalai Swamigal is the great enlightened being. And he will never budge for anybody. But somehow I have seen he never deprived her, denied her. He may wait for some time, half an hour or 1 hour, but he will not miss without accepting what she offers. And I have seen many times I will take something and he will never touch, he will give it to others. He will not put it in the mouth. Rarely he will take it and put it in the mouth. Otherwise he will give it to others. And I also go there for what he gives. He used to give a lot of candy, so I'll go there as a kid. And but this elderly lady, whatever may be the time, he will never deprive her, deny her. He will accept at least a little bit of what she brought. One day I was just sitting in front of him and looking at his grace. Actually, he's an elderly person. You can never understand the kind of a grace his body radiates. Just with one loin cloth and one small towel, he will be sitting and staring at that Arunachala hill. The samadhi can be seen with the eyes. I can say, looking at the master's form when he is in samadhi is literally like a drinking samadhi through eyes. Drinking samadhi through eyes. That is a word I will use. Drinking samadhi through eyes. So I was just drinking samadhi through my eyes in front of him. That elderly lady brought little butter that day and he took little and put it in the mouth. And very unexpectedly, he took little and put it in my mouth also. I just took it and he directly fed with his own hand, putting it in my mouth. I just took it and then could not understand. I was staring at him. Why he did this? Because he was not the kind of a person who does this kind of a physically expressing love. He is not that kind of person. Arunagiri Yogeshwara was that kind of person. Hugging or physically feeding, the touching through body showing the love and feeling connection. Arunagiri Yogeshwara was that kind of person. But Annamalai Swamigal is not that kind of person. He is a kind of a dry Vedanti. No physical gestures to demonstrate love. No physical way of demonstrating love. So I was wondering, what is going on? He himself started telling, hey, in Tamil he said, Ribugida kadanji kondu vara amrutamada idu, means that lady who makes butter, while she is churning, she chants Ribugita constantly and makes that butter. Because of that, it has become nectar. Please understand, an ordinary village lady who sells butter and buttermilk and makes her life, when she is able to establish herself in the state of completion, why not we? Annamalai Swami says, while she is churning the milk, in Indian villages they will keep a big pot and put a spindle called mattu and put a rope and churn. Around 2-3 hours you have to churn, and then the butter will be churned out, and the butter they will collect and put it in a cloth and squeeze to take the water part out, and then it will become a solid butter. They will bring it and sell. He says, she is so sincerely singing the Ribu Gita constantly and churning. Now she has become the truth while she is churning. So that butter also has become nectar, filled with the truth. And I really want to tell you, at least next 2.5 days, after that butter gone into my mouth, my body, I was in that samadhi, the same state in which Annamalai Swamigal was. 2.5 days. See, all I want to tell you is, your outer conditions does not matter for you to be established in the cognition of completion. You can be as simple as village buttermilk seller, old elderly women. That doesn't matter. You can be established in the space of completion. Let the cognition of completion penetrate your every decision and action. When the existence teaches all of us how to live, the first verse itself, completion is completion. This is completion, that is completion. From completion, this and that happens. Whether this becomes that or that becomes this, it is only completion moving into completion, and completion becoming completion. Understand? Whether this becomes that or that becomes this, completion moves into completion, completion moves into completion. I tell you, you sit and do the completion process, technique. Suddenly you see incompletion disappears. Anything which can disappear, how can you say it existed earlier? See, if something is not going to be there tomorrow, how can you say it is there today? this stone may not exist in the same form tomorrow means this may be factual but not real. See, today if you take this stone and throw it on somebody's head, they will be hurt. I am not denying its power and existence, but it is not real because tomorrow it may not exist in the same form. If something which can't exist tomorrow, it's not real even today. Understand? Your whole life you are centering it on factual. That is why so much of suffering. Center it on real. A person who centers his cognition on real lives a non-serious life. I tell you, non-serious life is what I call celebration. நாமார்க்கும் குடியல்லோம் நமனையஞ்சோம் ஏமாறோம் இடர்படோம். It's a word from Vakisha Munivar, a great enlightened being, Tirunavukkarasar. We are not frightened even about so-called death. Understand? If your everyday thinking, everyday feeling is more based on fact, the so-called fact, more fear, more greed, more incompletion, more bondage, more suffering, more torture. Food is required for living. But are you spending 24 hours on food? If you are spending 24 hours on food, that same food will kill you. Same way, the facts are required for a simple, smooth running of life. But don't be obsessed with the fact-based life. Don't judge yourself, gauge yourself every day based on the bank balance you have. Food is required for living. But if you are too obsessed with it, that itself will kill you. Facts are required for smooth flow of life. But if you are too obsessed with it, that itself will destroy you. Let your life be reality based. Let your biomemory and muscle memory be more and more built on reality based. Anything which was not there yesterday cannot be there today. Anything which is not going to be there tomorrow cannot be there today. Let your cognition be slowly established. The word slowly I am using just to give you encouragement. But if you come near, I will not say slowly, goli. The slowly word does not mean slowly. It means really speed. I'm just saying slowly so that you don't run away. That's all. Understand. I'm telling you. Establish yourself beautifully. Establish yourself beautifully. In the space of completion and reality. Let more and more of your biomemory and muscle memory become completion-based thinking. Reality-based thinking. You will live. It's not that you will not bother about fact. You will handle it intelligently. It's not that you won't eat, but food won't be able to eat you. Now, you are so obsessed with facts, it's not that you are using them, they are using you. If you are smoking one cigarette per day, you are smoking the cigarette. If it is 100, cigarette is smoking you. If you are eating, which is necessary for living, you are eating the food. If it is more than that, food is eating you. Same way, facts. It is required for a smooth running. Like you need to know 2 plus 2 is 4, so that when you receive salary, you collect that money exactly and come back, live your transactions based on those facts. But that itself is not, cannot be core of your cognition. Understand? See, you have to learn driving to reach your office, but that itself is not enough for you to run your office. Driving is a basic lesson for you to reach your office, but to run your office, you need a different cognition. If you think, oh, driving itself is a big, great thing I learnt, then be a driver your whole life, that's all. Not more than that. You will never become a CEO. Understand? The fact-based cognitions, understandings, calculations are like learning to drive, but reality-based cognition is learning to live. Learn to live. Please learn to live. That's all I am saying. And the grace which comes to you when you learn to live, the courage of enlightenment, the beauty of enlightenment, the grace of enlightenment, even the kings will feel jealous of you. Celebrities will feel shy looking at your grace, and kings will feel jealous of the power you are radiating. Businessmen will feel guilty of the way you are living. I am telling you. It is reality-based life, reality-based cognition. No one can torture you. All the fellows who try to torture you will finally torture themselves and disappear. Karma comes back. Please understand, life functions with a clear, straightforward, honest, authentic principles. It is intelligence. No way you can cheat life. No way you can cheat life. Life has no hypocrisy. Life has no place for hypocrisy. Understand. Cognition, your inner thinking, feeling, decision making, your cognition, if it functions based on reality, it's not that you will forget the facts. You will know the facts and you will be able to play with the facts. People will feel you are doing miracles, but you are not doing miracles. You are just playing with the facts. Listen. If you stand with the cognition of reality, neither somebody can honor you, add something to you, nor somebody can dishonor you, take away something from you. The person who tries to honor you will be more and more happy. The person who tries to dishonor you will more and more fall into depression and suffer. The person who tries to honor you gets that same honor back because you can't be honored. The person who tries to dishonor you gets back the same dishonor because you can't be dishonored. Like Mahadeva is sitting. You try to pour milk and sandal on him, it will only shower on you. You will only be enjoying that smell. And you try to put something else, then that will also be on you only. He is there. Can neither be honored nor be dishonored. I tell you, live in the cognition of reality. The cognition of reality, completion was, completion is, completion will be. You are established in the space of completion. Even when you imagine you have incompletion, your incompletions may be based on facts, but it is not based on real. Fact is different, real is different. Fact is different, real is different. Your incompletions may be based on fact, but can never be based on real. The law of real the principle of real, the dharma of real is Purnamata, Purnamitam, Purnat, Purnamutachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnamevavasishyate. Means from the space of completion only, completion comes out. Even when completion comes out, completion remains as completion. When the completion goes back, completion remains as completion. Even when you think they are separate, both remain as completion. It is always completion in the space of completion and completion. Listen. That is why I am saying, I am telling you. In the dream, you see many things. You even run if the tiger chases you in the dream. It may be factual for the time being, it can't be real. Same way, even in the so-called waking state, when your dreams pulls you and pushes you, your perceptions may be factual but not real. The perceptions getting established in the space of real. Perceptions tuning itself to real is what I call living Advaita. Living Advaita. I tell you, make your perceptions into real. Make your perceptions into real. Make your perceptions into real. Let your cognition be established on reality. The Shanti mantra can give you eternal Shanti just if you make it as your cognition. So, with the decision to make this as your cognition, please chant the Shanti mantra along with me. Om Purnamata Purnamitam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Everyone is sitting with us through Sadhana TV, Nithyananda TV and two-way video conferencing. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. I'll directly enter into satsang. So let's first chant the Shanti mantra of Ishavasya Upanishad, which I will be expanding, continue to expand. Om Purnamata Purnamitam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I'll continue to expand on the truths I was revealing about Desha and nation. Understand, Desha, the very concept of Desha is from the truth of Vedic tradition. Annam Bahu Guruvita. Listen. Annam Bahu Guruvita means let us produce in large quantities. Producing not just food, everything in large quantity and making it available to everyone as easily as possible is Desha. Nation means even the natural things, making it as complicated as possible and not letting common man have access to it through this claiming your superiority. Understand, there is a big difference. In original Vedic civilization, the concept of Desha is produce as much as you can and exchange it. It was not that. In Vedic civilization, we did not have business. We had. But there was never a low value for shoes high value for knowledge. Understand? It is the modern civilization really caste oriented. The moment you put low value for the shoes, high value for the food or the knowledge, you already made difference between Brahmana and Shudra. There was never valuation between shoes and knowledge. The man who produces shoes produces in large quantity, makes it available to his community. The man who gives knowledge makes it available for everyone. Don't ever spread the lie Shudras were not allowed, did not have access to education. No. No. Drona says very clearly to Karna, Karna, there are a lot of schools which teaches for every community. I am not able to teach for every community because I have decided to choose few people and make the excellent, the masterpieces. So I am working with king's family. But be very clear, read Mahabharata. Karna was not denied education because he was Shudra. Drona says very clearly. And Parshurama says very clearly. Before even cursing Karna, he says, hey, if you would have told me you are not a Brahmana, you are a Kshatriya or a Shudra, I would have directed you to the gurus who are my same caliber. I took a vow, I'll teach only for Brahmanas. So for my integrity, you have become an obstruction. You disturbed my integrity. That is what he was angry. Understand? The valuation of the products produced by the community started the difference up and down of community. And a teacher always has a right to work with selected few disciples to produce masterpieces. And Upanishads themselves have so many references where a child of a core dancer was given education. A child goes to the Rishi and Rishi asks, my son, what's your father's name and your gotra, your family tradition, so that based on that I'll start your education. The kid says, I don't know the name, I'll run and get back to you. He runs to his mother and asks the mother. Mother says, please tell your guru, I am a core dancer, so I have relationship with multiple men, so I do not know to whom you are born, so I don't know your father's name. Please go and tell this to your master. The kid comes back and tells master, my mother told me she's a core dancer, she has relationship with multiple men and she does not know who fathered me and who is my father. Immediately, master hugs the child and says, you are so truthful. Your integrity proves you are a highest order. Please come and join. And during the Vidyarambha, the initiation into education, you are supposed to chant your father's name. The Rishi says, you chant your mother's name. He becomes Satyakama Japala. Understand? The Rishi says, you chant your mother's name. Mother's name can be used as an initial, is not something new. It is as old as Vedic tradition. And understand, Karna is Shudra, I am telling you, because he lied for his vested interests. He may be born to Surya, but the moment he lied to Drona or Parsurama, he is Shudra. Whatever he went through, he is worthy of it. Understand, never education was denied based on community, and we had the great system of specialization. Please understand, because we need to make everything available to the whole community, we were functioning on mass production, for which the specialization skill was needed. That is the reason we chose son will do the same profession as father, so that the specialization happens. Understand? Updation and specialization happens when more and more number of years you spend on that particular responsibility and skill. In my experience, I am telling you, we are working in the field of temple and temple arts, making deities, making the vessels required for temples, everything. In my experience, the kids who learned this art from their father, they are the most skilled and passionate about what they are doing. The kids who learned from their parents never get tired. Even at the time of night, 11:30 or 12:30, they would have started their work morning 6 o'clock. Even at the time of 11:30, drawing the eyebrows, they will be so sincere. I may start my morning class at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. Even the night 11:30 or 12:30, when I end the session, I will not reduce one word because time is up. I will not reduce a single word which I wanted to convey because time is up. No. That is what is perfection. Perfection means not letting your tiredness or boredom enter into your passion to deliver. I have seen this perfection only from the kids who learnt it from their father, whatever profession is. Because they see the dedication of their father. I'm telling you, Desha produce in large and exchange. Fortunately, I was able to have the glimpse of this lifestyle in my nearby villages where I was born and brought up. when the harvesting happens, temple priest 1 share, village barber 1 share, village doctor 1 share, village house cleaner 1 share. Please understand that temple priest, house cleaner, all of them get same share. In villages, in those days, it used to be like the human excreta will be manually removed. That guy who does that work and the guy who does the temple maintenance, both of them get equal share. It is myth spread amongst us, the Brahmins get more. No. I still remember the teachers were not given salary, they were given only the share based on the harvesting. If it is a 1 acre land, in that there is a measurement. So after the harvesting, outside the house, that old lady will sit with that 16 share, 16 measurement. All that 16 people will come and collect their share and go. Understand? Mass production and sharing was Desha. And our whole structure, this Bharata Desha, was such beautifully divided into small units economically, connected as one Desha ideologically. Please understand, the mantra chanted in Rameshwaram, the mantra chanted in Kedarnath will be same. The visualization done in Rameshwaram, the visualization done in Kedarnath is same. The visualization done in Ganga Sagar and visualization done in Somnath temple is same. So ideologically centered, economically independent. It was such powerful, beautiful, unimaginable, inimitable system. When you value the product of a teacher higher than the product of the Shudra, you create community difference. And don't believe the interpolations. I am not saying there was no time degradation happened. There was a time when little dilution and degradation happened, but those fault lines are too much used by the anti-Hindu forces to destroy our whole civilization. Understand? In which society there was no higher and lower divisions? Get into the aircraft and walk through the business class and go to the economy. How the business class people look at you. And in the modern day city also, in all apartment complexes, there will be A class, B class, C class, like a 1 BHK, 2 BHK, 3 BHK apartments. What do you call? 1 bedroom hall kitchen, 2 bedroom hall kitchen, 3 bedroom hall kitchen. Just see how the 3 BHK people relate with 1 BHK. Then you will know human beings are social animal. They will have differences higher and lower. The best minimum way it can be maintained is Varnashrama Dharma of Vedic tradition. understand I am not superstitious or any other fanatic, stupid theory supporter. After studying human minds in such large number, fully activated brains, most cunning brains, brainless brains, brain is there but not activated, and brain is not even there. All kinds of human beings I have studied. In my last 37 years on the planet Earth. And I always had the fortune of living with a large number of people. I am born in a giant family, large giant family, and grew up among the large number of sadhus and sannyasis and spiritual seekers, devotees. All the time I will be at least with 50 to 100 people only. There was no such thing as aloneness in my life, other than little time I spent in meditation and samadhi. And even my decision for Parivrajaka Yatra, actually I decided to do the Parivrajaka Yatra because my Guru ordered, saying that now you are perfect, start going around and initiating people. Actually, before my Gurus left the body, both of them left the body together. Means just within few days gap. Both of them decided, and they have given a beautiful farewell for me. And both of them did not want me to see their body after they left the body. They said, no. We can't see you seeing our dead body because we will be available. We will be there. So both of them did not want me to see. And finally, I could not see both their bodies. I only did all the Linga Pratishtha, all the ceremonies for Vibhudananda Puri. Now I had the fortune of building Samadhi for both of them. We have built beautiful Samadhi for both of them. Yogananda Puri and Vibhudananda Puri both in Tiruvannamalai. And for quite a long time, I wanted to build, somehow it was getting postponed. Now we built it. Both of them are very clear. You achieved what you want to achieve, what you have to achieve, what you need to achieve. Now go around. Start initiating people, blessing people, gracing people. But that process of going around and sharing has enriched me so much, taught me so much. I feel that time also was a training period. As far as my gurus are concerned, they said, no, your training is over. Go around and start teaching. But I classify that period also as training period because I felt so much I have been enriched by that. Because I could have the ground reality of ground reality experience of Vedic civilization, how we were, how we are, where we went wrong or where we went right. Unfortunately, you have been told again and again, Vedic civilization is responsible for all the bad things we have, our poverty, our suffering and everything. I tell you, Vedic civilization is responsible for all the good things still are remaining. All the good things we have still remaining, Vedic civilization is responsible. There was little dilution in Varnashrama Dharma, no doubt. But that does not mean that need to be replaced or that need to be thrown out. This is the best system to keep the differences minimum. And the division was always based on your integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, not based on the money you swindle and hide it under your bed or possess. Understand? We were neither money-centric nor power-centric or the Confucian-centric. We were always knowledge-centric, the enlightenment-centric, conscious-centric civilization. Understand? We are conscious-centric civilization. The Brahmins, priests, teachers, they shared their whatever they have. The agriculturists, they shared whatever they have. Carpenter, he shared whatever he has. Whether you shave your head once, twice, or 5 people are there in your house shaving the head weekly once, or only one person is there in your house shaving the head only once in a year, it doesn't matter. If you own land, you give a share. It was such an amazing life. And the same barber only will be the musician, and even the local doctor. Usually the teacher himself will be the temple priest, and he himself will be the local doctor or a local healer. He himself will be astrologer. The idea of poverty, the idea of richness inserted into our brain now in the modern day is completely wrong. Please understand. When you bring completion into your being, you will see the right idea of wealth, right idea of richness, right idea of health, right idea of peace, right idea of devotion, right idea of joy, right idea of pleasure, right idea of enlightenment. And I tell you, having the right cognition about all this is living Advaita. I am opening my doors to anybody who wants to live the life of Vedic tradition in any of our campus. Only if you are a threat to any person or the Sangha, we can deny entry. Otherwise, even we don't have a right to deny entry. I really wanted, this is my vision, large number of people living as communities all over the world, living the Vedic tradition, living Vedic tradition. I'm so happy. Around the Los Angeles temple, slowly that kind of a community is evolving. Bidadi, it is already evolving beautifully. We just need more and more leaders who are soaked in the consciousness of completion without fear and greed, who take the decision without fear and greed, who are soaked in the space of completion. I could see clearly a one person soaked in the space of completion can create such beautiful community around them. I have seen it happening successfully. The community Vishweshwara created in New York, or Snehamai created in San Jose, or Anupama created in Singapore, Satyadevan created in Salem. Just one person's, their completion. I am seeing so beautifully happening. If community is not happening around you, and if I have not taken your name, don't blame me, work on more completion. Work on more completion and work on accommodating more beings in your inner space. Vedic civilization is not based on ruling, it is based on administering. Not based on ruling, based on administering. Produce more, share more. Everyone is involved in everyone's life. I have seen the person who cleans the toilets when he comes to take his share, and the temple priest when he comes to take his share, they will be sitting and chatting. I have never seen untouchability in my life. I have nicely seen this Brahmin temple priest sitting and chatting with the toilet cleaner and his family, and these toilet cleaners will show their hand to have some astrological prediction or palmistry reading, and this priest will nicely hold the hand and look into the hand with that big mirror and read the lines and tell advice based on his palm lines. Both of them get same share. Of course, now human beings cleaning the human excreta is banned in this country. It is good. I really wanted that to be banned, and it is really good. And now we have, after all, we have evolved many methods and systems. No need for human beings to work with it. I am telling you, our biggest problem now is nothing to do with poverty. Straight we need to bring more and more completion. We already have large quantity of whatever we need. We just need to make sure it is available for everyone. It is available for everyone. Planet Earth has more resources than number of human beings living. It is few people holding, controlling. Not making it available. I am not at all interested in believing resources are less. No. I understand the nature is so powerful and beautiful. It knows how many human beings it is producing, and it can simply produce whatever it wants to support the human beings. It's our stupidity. Just if non-vegetarian lifestyle is given up, that is enough. Whole world will have food, because the amount of land required for vegetarian person and non-vegetarian person, a non-vegetarian person requires 30 times more land for his food, because 30-pound rice or agricultural products which we can directly consume need to be spent to get 1 pound flesh. I am talking from the statistics. 30-pound food, vegetarian food, which we can directly consume, need to be spent to get 1 pound flesh. And still I am not able to understand, how will you kill a life for your snack? How will you kill a life for your snack? People ask me, from where do you get your protein? I said, from where elephant gets, I get from same source. Where do elephants get their protein? And I also wanted to make it very clear, from the Akashic records, I am revealing this truth. Vedic civilization was pure vegetarian. They were not non-vegetarian civilization. They were not non-vegetarian civilization. there was few animal sacrifices in few rituals, but that is like a whole 1 year, maybe some 100 animals will be sacrificed. Now, every year, billions of animals are killed for food. Billions. This one truth of completion can change completely the way we think and perceive. I'm really telling you. Even in our Sangha, whoever works, I always see only the people who work from the space of completion are able to make a big impact, even if they do a small work. And the people who work out of incompletion, even if they are working whole day, large quantity, nothing happens, nothing moves. I was wondering, I have so much of love for my gurus. Even when I remember, I just get filled with them. Why I was not able to build their samadhi for last so many years? Because from 2003, the moment I started the Sangha and people started giving me donations, I was planning, I should build their samadhi, I should build their samadhis. Because I have done Linga Pratishta, but it is in a small way. I wanted to make a beautiful stone mantabam for them. Because both are Jiva Samadhis, means they left the body, but they are still available to the world through their body, through that space. So both Samadhis are worthy of worship and maintenance. Finally, once both Samadhis got completed, I asked them directly, they said, we were waiting for somebody to give money from the space of completion, and some of the best devotee to give the money. So that is when we decided we will accept. And you will be shocked. Exactly it happened. Gave money and this happened. My one devotee I have seen in my life never had any expectation. Only gave, and never even thought she is giving. And actually, finally, that is what has happened. I was thinking, oh God, till then, this whole thing has to be in waiting. But now it has happened beautifully. She is not there, that is why I am praising her. Usually I don't praise people when they are there. I'll feel shy and when people are there in front of my face, I'll only train them. Only when they are not there, I'll praise them. Or I'll tell exactly how I feel about them. Because I know the disciple's first responsibility is building Guru Samadhi if the Guru has left the body. Because my Guru, Vibhudananda Puri, how she struggled but built her Guru Samadhi just like that. The Isaki Swamigal Samadhi, even now you can see when you go around Arunachala Hill. She sold whatever she had, went house to house and begged personally, and finished building his Samadhi within 2 months. A disciple's first responsibility is building Guru Samadhi. I was feeling, oh God, how did I miss in my responsibility and commitment? Why was it getting continuously delayed? But finally it happened. Now I know the reason. It's not that people from completion did not give money. Many have given. Maybe these two are waiting for her. And it happened. Understand? When I look at everything happening in the world, whether a small ant taking rice and storing it for himself, or the sun and the moon moving from the space of completion, I feel everything is happening beautifully in the space of completion, towards the space of completion, into the space of completion. Nowhere incompletion. There is nothing called incompletion. It is all completion, moving into completion, settling into completion. Purnamada, Purnamidam, Purnat Purnamudachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnamevavasishyate. Even the incompletions I perceive in the human society, human mind, may be factual but not real, because the human society has to get back to completion naturally, and naturally we are evolving towards completion. We are coming from completion, going towards completion. Incompletion is in between imagination. Factual but not real. I'll help you to apply this one sacred secret more and more in your life in more and more dimensions. Shivalinga is the visual representation of completion. Our whole civilization is centered on that Shivalinga. I tell you, whether a child is born, we take them to temple, we take the kid to temple. Our business is based on temple. Our entertainment is based on temple, temple-based entertainments. Our administration is based on temples. Whether you are born or dead, you will be taken only to temple. If you are dead, you will be taken around the temple. If you are born, you will be taken into the temple. That's all. Reviving temple-based civilization is reviving Vedic civilization. Education based on temple. Arts based on temple. science based on temple, thinking style based on temple, social gatherings, partying, everything based on temple. I tell you, reviving temple based civilization, reviving Vedic civilization, reviving completion based civilization is the purpose of our life. That is purpose of our life. Let's revive, revive, revive. Grading based on the community should be stopped. Differences based on community should not be allowed, but community system itself should not be destroyed. It's one of the oldest, strongest social fabric which is keeping our civilization alive for last thousands of years. Tomorrow, I'll continue to expand. Sorry, maybe tomorrow we will be having NKY, so I'm completing with you all. Tomorrow NKY. So, yes, even if there is NKY, we will have live satsang. Live satsang will not be cancelled. Live satsang will be there. Maybe the day 3 or 4 we may not have, but day 1 for them to come and settle down, they won't be able to settle down in these early hours. So we will continue to have satsangs as usual. If we are not having, I will send you guys message. Most probably we will have. I'll see the timings of the program and then send message to you guys. If we don't have, I'll send message. If we have, we will have it. And with this, I bless you all. Let everyone radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/Life Bliss Foundation.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam, Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam, Asmadacharya Paryantam, Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotaris, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing. Singapore, Seattle, Toronto, Dubai, Enriching Temple Bididi, Charlotte, Redmond, Paris, Indrani, New Jersey, Los Angeles, Arunachalam, Hyderabad, Gupta Kashi, Scottsdale, Kalahasti, Scottsdale, Arizona 2 camera, St. Louis, Ohio, Mumbai, North Dakota, Vancouver, Ma Shivananda, Guadalupe, Dakota Dunes, Hyderabad, Kuala Lumpur, Chorpatti, Nepal, San Jose, London, Kashi, Tiruvannamalai, Los Angeles, Romania, and some more cities are joining. Houston, Kalahasti, Winston-Salem, Oman, Sivagangai. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll continue on the 40th chapter of Yajurveda, Ishavasya Upanishad, Shanti Mantra. Please chant with me. Om Purnamata Purnamitam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I can see clearly when these mantras were uttered very first time to the planet Earth. The path for the civilization was getting delivered. The unadulterated, undiluted purpose for civilization, human civilization was getting delivered. The whole ambience charged with peace. Understand? I'm using the word charged with peace, means vibrant peace, vibrant silence, not the silence of graveyard, but the silence of unclutching, silence of completion. I can see clearly in the vibrant presence of Mahadeva, all the rishis being raised and vibrating in the same frequency of Mahadeva, not just enlightened, entangled with Mahadeva, in that entanglement, uttering these great verses. Understand the whole purpose is completion. And all your incompletions may look factual. See, I am not insensitive to your problem of diseases or unable to handle your desire or fear, or unable to handle your enemies, or unable to handle the powerlessness, whatever may be. I am not insensitive to it. It may be factual, but I am telling you it cannot be real. It may be factual, but it can never be real. Let your cognition function constantly based on real. Let you think, act, decide, respond, react based on real. Real. Your incompletions may be factual, but can never be real. You understanding completion is completion is completion makes you recover quickly from even the so-called factual incompletions. I am telling you. When you understand and cognize, it is completion, incompletion, in the space of completion. I want to tell you one truth. Whenever I told anybody the ultimate truths that your consciousness is completion, joy, love, fulfillment, I never saw one ray of doubt in any of them. Please understand, I have to reveal this truth to you. Your SDHD creates only superficial graphs in you. They do not go to the core of you. Your core listens to me. You have layers of your being. The mind you use for everyday activity, brushing, taking bath, eating, only that mind, that part of you gets confused or develops self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. It is only a skin deep. I can call that as a Freudian mind. fraudulent mind. Freud could go only to that depth, not more than that. If Freud could go a little deeper, the history of today's world will be different. The whole lifestyle of today's world will be different. Because just below your vested interest plan, the vast, beautiful truth is vibrating continuously. One dip into the truth ocean relieves you from all insecurity, fear, greed, and naturally all your vested interest will melt down. You will just stand for the truth. See, it is that superficial mind which conspires. Last few days I am constantly soaked in the consciousness of Vedic civilization. When I was looking, I was just looking into the Akashic records. I saw at the time of that Vedic civilization, average, a man worked only 2 to 3 hours a day. And listen, please listen. The society has 4 divisions. Brahmana means the teachers. Vaishya, business community. Kshatriya, rulers. Shudra, working class. And you need to know, please understand, there was no higher and lower between this group. All of them were doing different responsibilities. There was no higher and lower. In these 4, there is 4 ashrama. Brahmacharya means students. Grihastha, married. Vanaprastha, retired. Sannyasis, completely dedicated to teaching this science to the world, enlightenment science to the world, to live and radiate this science to the world. In these 4 varana and 4 ashrama, only the working class grihasthas were working. Please understand. In the 8th group, only among the grihasthas, the Shudras were working. The other 2 team, like Vaishya and Kshatriya, were only selling and administering. So almost like 80% of the society was just relaxing, and the number of Shudras, it was not that it was too big number, no. Among the 4 Varanas, it is 1 Varana only was working. Among the 4 ashramas, it is 1 ashram, only Grihastha ashrama was working. They have to support all the 3 other ashramas. Among the 4 Varanas, only Shudras were working. All the other 3 were not working. I was wondering, how could just such minimum workforce could support the whole society? And they were such rich society. The modern day history is completely lie. these fools write there was a stone age, then in the metal age it was like a brass, bronze, iron. No. There was stone age, and in the metal age it was straight gold in Vedic civilization. It was straight gold. Gold was invented, the working on gold started much, much ahead of working on brass and bronze and silver and other metal. And the amount of things available was so much. With all my integrity, literally each one had a private jet for their transportation and traveling, which was capable of going between the planets, not just country to country, desha to desha, planet to planet, graha to graha. Listen. Listen. I was wondering, was there a real exploitation by the business class and rulers on workers? All that I was looking. Suddenly I realized, no, our business class and the rulers were such great people. When I look today's business class people's mind and rulers' mind, I understand how great they were in the Vedic times, because look in, just the other day I was reading an article on corporate capitalist guy says water should not be the natural free available to human beings. In next 10 years, it should be made as commodity. Please understand the basic conspiracy plans. When I looked, I saw in the Vedic civilization, not even food was a commodity. Today, we are in a period, transition period, where water is freely also available and available for payment also. So we understand water should not become a paid commodity. But after 10 years, our next generation will not even know they won't even remember there was a time water was free. Drinking water was free. We may be the last generation who drank free water and grew up. And Vedic civilization was the last generation who were having free food and growing. I am committing with you guys. I'll again bring this tradition of food is free. And I know how to do. I know how to do. Food, medical care, water, everything was free. I am telling you, now more of us are working. More of us are shedding our blood and sweat, and more population, then what is happening? I also thought maybe now the available luxury is more, so we are all working to hold that luxurious lifestyle. No. I'm telling you, no. The number of greedy people and the science of keeping people superficial has become successful. Number of greedy people have become more, and their powerful conspiracy of keeping human beings superficial has become successful. That is why, even though you know after 5 days you are not going to use, you go on buying these stupid electronic gadgets. Each house has a huge electronic wastage which was used maybe once or not even once. I am giving you one small example. I can give you ton and ton and ton. One fellow working for 40 years to pay his house bank loan, to wipe the few zeros appearing in the electronic screen of a bank, claims he is free. And his country is the country of freedom. I'm just questioning the whole civilization. Understand? Understand? The first thing we need to do is not revolution. Putting somebody else instead of our businessmen, putting somebody else instead of our rulers. No. Awakening our businessmen and rulers, helping them to see that deeper parts of themselves from the superficial skin level mind of them, just helping them to get into their own inner space, give them a dip in that pure consciousness. Then simply they will understand their fear and greed, which decides for billions of people in the planet Earth, is completely false. It may look factual, but not real. See, just few people's fear and greed. It is one king's fear. The other king may kill him, makes him generate huge army and sacrifice so many lives in that stupid concept built nation. Concept of desha has nothing to do with concept of nation. And I know I'm touching too many subjects, and I have tons and tons of questions which need to be answered. I will. The fear of the king to protect himself he claims he is protector of tons of people, and in that he makes thousands to sacrifice their life to protect himself. And one king's greed to expand his kingdom goes and kills thousands of lives, all he needs is neither sacrificing thousands of his people's life nor killing thousands of other countries' soldiers. He just needs one inner awakening. He needs to dive into his depth and understand his fear and greed may be factual but not real. I am telling you, whenever you see incompletions in your life, if you understand it may be factual but not real, you will reinvent yourself. Understand? A person gets back pain. If he thinks it is real and the incompletion is real, he can literally just collapse. I tell you, ordinary back pain has collapsed so many people. They lost confidence on themselves. Oh, if this continues, how will I go to my office? If I don't go to office, how will I make money? If I don't make money, will my wife stay with me? Will my husband stay with me? Will my son stay with me? How will I educate my daughter? My life is collapsed. Over. Ordinary back pain has collapsed millions of people. When you think it's a real incompletion, you are gone. If you understand, it may be factual but not real. You will approach the back pain with clarity. This incompletion is imaginary. That same back pain can help you to reinvent yourself. It can just support you to reinvent yourself. What is the reason for the back pain? Whether my sitting posture or my way of perceiving me or my thinking about myself. What is it? Let's look in. It can lead to reinventing yourself. Ordinary back pain can even make you enlightened or can just collapse you. Both can happen just by ordinary back pain. Same way, a simple fight between husband and wife. If you think it may be factual but not real, you will look in what can be done to go beyond it. You can reinvent yourself. Or, I think this fight is never going to end. Come on, divorce is a solution. A simple fight, verbal fight. It may not even be fight, just strong exchange of few words. Even the words may not have wrong meaning, just the tone was little loud. It was not meaning problem, it was a decibel problem. Simple decibel problem. If you look in, this may be factual but not real, then that incompletion can help you to reinvent yourself. It's a decibel problem, not the factual, not even the meaning. Or, no, I cannot stand this torture. This is going on forever and ever. From my birth, my father shouted at me. From the time I got married, this fellow is shouting at me. And after some time, my son will start shouting at me. What? My life is just listening to shouting, 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 or what? I can't take it anymore. Call it off. Will your husband be responsible for your father shouting at you? Is there no a logical way of logically analyzing the logic? Should we not have a basic logically, a logical system to analyze the logic logically? Anyhow, whether it is a small headache or a decibel discrepancy problem, I'll give a new word. The decibel discrepancy problem, are as serious as cancer. Whatever may be the problem, I tell you, it may look like factual, it is not real. Really, I am telling you, the only thing you need in the whole life is stamina to stand up till you see the victory, nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Understand? Your victory is guaranteed. It is, the real problem is your fear about the failure making you powerless is the real problem. Nothing else. Your victory is guaranteed. Just you need to know, these incompletions may look factual, but they are not real. They are not real. I am telling you, my victory is the victory of Upanishads. My victory is victory of Bhagavad Gita. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why is Mahadeva having poison in his throat, Neelaganta? After all, it did not affect him. It did not go inside. Can't he just throw it out? Why is he keeping it in his throat continuously? Understand the secret. All medicines are poison. That is why in Siddha tradition we have a word, Pashana, means medicine, poison. For both, the word is Pashana. The Alahala, the ultimate poison, is the ultimate medicine for all diseases. He keeps that in his throat just by his words which comes from the throat, or the breathing air which comes from the throat, heals everyone. Because When it is with Mahadeva, it is no more the poison pashana, it is medicine pashana. Understand, in the hands of murderers, even medicine becomes poison. In the hands of Mahadeva, even poison becomes medicine. He did not want to spit it out because these fools will gather and use it as poison. So he feels better be there so that it will be used only as medicine. The most safe locker to keep the poison is his throat. So he keeps it there and makes sure nobody misuses it, and it is used always for the good of the society, humanity. Nilaganta, Mahadeva. Keeps the poison just to use as medicine. I opened up a big subject of zero when it was revealed was not nothingness, it was everythingness. And today I opened a big Pandora box of Desha is not nation. So now I have to explain so much why Desha is not nation. What's the difference between Desha and nation? I'll expand. I have to. Because these explanations are my vision for the future of humanity. And I should be very clear, not my vision. I should not use the word my vision. I should use the word the vision of the Vedic rishis for the future of the humanity. Desha and nation. We will explain. I'll expand. How our rishis visualized Bharata Desha should be. And how they were keeping it. I'll reveal step by step, this whole Vedic civilization's core truth. Completion remains complete even when completion is removed from completion. Completion remains complete even when the completion dissolves into completion. I'll continue in the further satsangs. All we need is fearless, greedless businessmen, fearless, greedless rulers. That's all. Then Vedic civilization will be revived. The decision makers should be from the space of completion. The more decision makers achieve completion, more human beings will start living based on the space of completion. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing, living Advaita, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.